Hey, what's Right. All right, guys. I think we're finally ready to start. You know, we had a big opening speech, but at this point, it seems not worth it. You come down a little bit. Now there's a loop. Check. You can hear me okay? All right. Is that any better? I know. Thank you. Apologies for that. Hey, guys, let's go ahead. If you're here in Mexico with us and you're happy to be here, please make some noise for everybody at home. We very much appreciate that. Guys, we have people live in Texas right now. Shout out to John Bush in Texas and our friends there. We have dozens and dozens of activation hubs watching live right now all around the world. We're going to be checking in with them throughout the week. But since we started late, we're going to go ahead and get right into our first speaker because she's in the UK and she's 6 hours ahead of us and she's waiting for us to get started. The first speaker today on day one, Liberate Your Mind, Body, and Soul. As you guys might know, every day is focused on a different theme. And if you didn't know, last week, some other people met together. You guys might have heard of them. The World Economic Forum. They met last week to have their agenda and the prerequisite booze. So one of the reasons that myself and John started this event is because we didn't want to simply just sit at home and complain about the Great Reset or watch it happen and do nothing. We wanted to be a part of the solution. That's what this event is focused on. We're not here to debate politics. We're not here to debate viruses, masks, or any of that stuff. We're here to talk about solutions. Anybody here for solutions? Thank you. All right. And one of those solutions is in the area of health. And as you guys know, we cannot trust the World Health Organization. We cannot trust the CDC or whatever NHS or whatever sort of governing body from your home country. More than likely, they're probably corrupt too. And there are some doctors and some educators working on solving that problem, and they're doing so through an organization called the World Council for Health. Our first speaker is Dr. Tess Lawrie, who is involved. I believe she's the founder of the World Council for Health, and she's going to give you guys some really important information. And I want you guys to start thinking about them as an alternative resource for information. If your families are looking for information about the shots and children or the masks, Dr. Tess Lawrie and the World Council for Health have information for you. That's the kind of information you want to send to your families. So please give a warm welcome to Dr. Tess Lawrie. It's all yours, Doctor.
Thanks very much, Derek. It's such a pleasure to be here and really quite an honor and to be representing the World Council for Health, which I'm a co-founder of with several other wonderful people around the world. It's an international coalition of more than 120 now health-focused groups, and we're across 50 countries, so we're growing every day. I have a very simple presentation for you. I hope it will resonate and not be too simple, but I really wish to remind people and help them remember who they are, and I think this is a really first step to solving the problem. I know many people are way ahead on the scale of awareness and knowing how to tap into their strengths, but I think many people are really struggling at the moment, and so I'm going to just present a little simple strategy that I hope will help, because to me it seems like as humanity we've been asleep for 1,000 years, and we really do seem to have forgotten who we are and how we thrive. Just a reminder, we are born with love. We're born with love, trust, joy, and compassion. And we are born free, which is something that, we seem almost about to lose if we don't wake up. And how did it happen? How did we get to this place where we seem so disconnected from who we really are? And I think it's because we're born in love, but we weaned on fear. And for centuries, we've been conditioned not to trust each other or ourselves. We've been divided and conquered, so to speak. And almost drowning in a masculine energy. And there's too much ego and competition and rules and regulations, and it's just been going on for too long. We seem to have been made somehow to suspend our common sense. We hand our children's education and well-being to the state. We put our elders in retirement homes and ignore their wisdom. We've abandoned feminine energy, and this has switched off our intuition, which resides in our hearts. So it's time to say enough is enough. And yes, human beings are resilient. We can endure a lot of abuse and neglect. We can survive the most terrible things. And just enduring and surviving has become the norm. This is not us. This is not who we are. In turning our backs on Mother Nature, who nurtures us and all living creatures, we've forgotten who we are and how we thrive, and great change is indeed needed. And fortunately, COVID has provided this. It's a unique opportunity for great change, for individual and societal change, a greater reset. So COVID is here to wake us all up. And every one of us now has the opportunity to make the choice of a lifetime. This is the choice. We can choose to simply survive our time here on this beautiful earth, or we can choose for our children, our friends, and our communities and ourselves to thrive. So I'm just going to share some slides with my strategy for the day. Let me find the share. Oh dear, it's wanting me to. Hopefully it won't be long, don't worry. It seems to be the day for technical difficulties. Damn, it's actually so sorry. It's wanting me to quit and reopen Chrome because I hadn't allowed the preferences. Derek, would you like me just to talk through my presentation, or I could come back in 2 minutes? Okay, I'll just talk through it. We are comprised of energy and matter. And energy is vibration, it's waves. We don't exist in isolation. And it's conversation about energy and understanding that we are energetic beings that will help us remember who we are. What we do and say and think impacts others. Have you ever said to somebody when you're feeling down or needing encouragement, please send me some good vibes? We transmit energy. And sometimes we'd rather not know this because we say terrible things, and also when we just feel down, we can make others feel down and feel bad. So our energy is very powerful, and it rubs off on those around us. When functioning at this lower vibration, we transmit vibes that make people feel bad. And when functioning at a higher vibration, we give off good vibes that support those around us. We are all capable of choosing to give off good vibes instead of bad vibes, but we have forgotten that this is a choice and that we have free will, and we often get stuck in the lower vibration setting of ourselves. A simple way of recalibrating ourselves so that we can remember who we are and get ourselves vibrating at the higher vibration, at becoming our best versions of ourselves and recognizing that by fulfilling our potential, we can help fulfill others. I'd like to introduce a concept of simply recognizing what makes us feel bad and remembering what is good for us. And this is a learning process. Some of us, especially young people, will need to learn this, and many of us will remember or know it. And it's really intuition that we're talking about here, a deep truth that comes from our hearts, trusting ourselves and opening our hearts to our own wisdom. To remember what is good for us, we need to know what is bad for us. And everybody is different. But the things that are bad for me, I can tell you, are spending too much time in front of a computer and other gadgets, junk food, litter, not seeing people's smiles, watching TV. Watching TV makes me feel really bad. I don't know about you. Conflict, arms, war, and tanks and things, and disrespecting nature. Now, the slide I wanted to show here was a slide. I went on a walk this weekend, and up in this beautiful forest, and there was this tree with pink graffiti all over its branches. This beautiful old oak tree, and at its feet it was just strewn with litter, cans of soft drinks and so on, empty cans are scattered around, and that really made me feel bad. Wastefulness, which we see, there's increasing. There's food waste. We know the supermarkets discard half their products because of dates, and we also, there's also the wastefulness that we see with this technology, this constant upgrading of stuff, and what happens to all that stuff is just unbelievable waste. Young people in distress make me feel bad. Anyway, there are some things, of course, that are the things that are good for us differ from person to person, and what's good for one person is not necessarily good for another. So the things that are good for me, and I encourage people to make their own lists, are spending time in nature, receiving hugs from my children, swimming in the ocean, taking my shoes off, and listening to Bob Marley, home cooking, getting my hands dirty, sitting quietly and clearing my mind at the start of each and every day, and getting a good night's sleep. If you're struggling to remember who you are and why you're here, I encourage you to make your own lists and to identify the things that bring you joy and to lift you to a higher vibration. When we are vibrating at our highest vibration, what we can achieve is boundless. Why is it important that we remember who we are? It's because the choices we make as individuals impact the whole. Humanity is at a crossroads. We can choose a dystopian transhumanist future disconnected from one another and controlled by a wealthy few. Or we can choose to remember who we are and restore balance to our world. I'll tell you a brief anecdote from my life. 15 years ago, when my son was 5, we got him a guinea pig, which he named Sparky. And Sparky lived in this idyllic location in the garden, in a hutch positioned underneath the tree next to a waterfall. And he had everything he needed to eat, carrots and whatnot. But he kept trying to eat this plant that was growing through the fence, going through the side of the cage, a plant called Plectranthus, which is a pretty little succulent plant. And I took pity on him. One evening, I just picked up a sprig of this and I chucked it into the cage, and I said goodnight. And the next morning, my son found Sparky cold and dead in the cage. And I was absolutely mortified. I thought, as a mother and a doctor, I had not only caused harm to this poor creature, but I had been instrumental in his death. But the more I reflected on it, I thought, and I was so baffled that one of God's creatures could become so removed from his instincts through years of breeding, domestic breeding, that he did not know what was good for him. He had forgotten. So the moral of the story to me is, really is we mustn't be like Sparky. We need to know what's good for us. We need to remember what's good for us. And even though at times it seems that, we as humanity may have reached a similar place to Sparky, human beings have intuition, which, as I said before, is located in our hearts. And although we can become disconnected from it, our intuition can never be destroyed. It's like a radio signal. We can tune back into it. We just have to listen. And when we really listen to our hearts, we know intuitively what's good for us. The World Council for Health is here to support you in this journey of discovery, of reconnecting you with who you are, of optimizing your potential and engaging you in your own triumph of the Spirit story. Our ethos is encapsulated in our World Council for Health logo. I really wish my slide deck was working, and then I could show you the logo, but hopefully you'll visit the website, which is worldcouncilforhealth.org, and you can look at the logo yourself. But it comprises a whole pink apple and lungs and a hand and a heart. If you haven't seen it, that might be hard to visualize, but I'll explain what it represents. The pink apple represents good preventive health and wholesomeness. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. The lungs remind us of the importance of breathing. Not only does breathing sustain us without effort, the importance of breathing and how our breath empowers us in life is an area of rapidly growing awareness. Furthermore, just as humanity thrives with different perspectives, an in-breath and an out-breath shows us how opposites exist and can work harmoniously together. Finally, the upright hand and heart represents us standing up and taking responsibility for our health through love and community. And altogether, it says there's a better way and we are healthier together. The World Council for Health was established to empower people, to give them the common sense information to take control of their own health and the health of their families. We intend to put an end to fear-based health, the fear of living, really, to help everyone remember who we really are as humanity. We're not a cowering and fearful species. We are spirited and courageous. We thrive with love, trust, joy, and compassion. We are defined as human beings by our capacity, desire, and freedom to choose. Human beings are courageous and resilient. We are loving and trusting. We are joyful. We are connected. And most importantly, we are free. When we make the best choices for the highest good, the universe steps in to support us. Please visit our website at worldcouncilforhealth.org to see what resources we have available that can help to reconnect you with your brave and best self and your community. Thank you very much for listening.
Give it up for Dr. Tess Laurie one more time so she can hear that. Oh, track in my face. Thank you so much.
I'm happy to take some questions.
Again, we recommend everybody check out the World Council for Health. Thank you, Dr. Laurie, for waiting for us despite the troubles. We appreciate you. All right, who's ready to continue? So, we do have some speakers in person over the next 5 days, and we're happy to have that. As you guys know, a lot of people can't or won't travel because of COVID-19 '84. So we're always lucky when we get any speakers in person. And we're really excited about our next speaker. Since we started out late, I do want to just go back a little bit and emphasize what the Greater Reset is about. You guys know what the Great Reset is about, right? Technocracy. Who here has heard the phrase, "You'll own nothing and be happy"? You guys familiar with that? Okay, so in October 2020, myself, Ramiro, and John, we started thinking about how we could offer an alternative to this. And we realized that the World Economic Forum was going to be meeting for 5 days, and they were going to be announcing their whole Great Reset agenda. I don't know if you guys have heard, but now they're calling it the Great Narrative, because they recognize when they met last week for 5 days, their focus is on rebuilding trust, because they recognize we do not trust these people, that we don't want top-down leaders organizing our lives, right? And so while they meet for 5 days and they talk about how can these technocrats organize our lives from the top down, how can they tell us how the environment's going to go, how education's going to go, how finance is going to go, rather than listening to them and obsessing over them, the idea was, why don't we get all of our friends together and talk about how to organize from the bottom up, decentralized, localized solutions, right? It is more important than ever for us to focus on solutions. And for those who aren't aware, this event is hosted by the Freedom Cell Network. Anybody heard of the Freedom Cell Network? Thank you guys. So before we bring on our next speaker, I'll tell you a little bit more about that. For those who are listening at home and might not be familiar, the website is freedomcells.org. And actually, beginning today and running through the end of the event, we are launching a crowdfunding campaign. As I said earlier, we try to keep the event costs down and very affordable, because we hope that the community who's benefited from the Freedom Cell Network, anybody here met friends through the Freedom Cells, met people, got organized? A lot of people. It's happening all around the world. And it's happening with our website functioning subpar. We're not unaware that the website does not function as good as it could. Unfortunately, myself, Ramiro, and John, we're extremely busy working on important projects, but we don't want the website to languish away anymore. The Freedom Cells website has been a home to so many people, to find people in their area. When I toured the US a couple months ago, people told us I felt like I was alone. Has anybody felt like they were alone in the last 2 years? A lot of us have felt that way. And we've used the Freedom Cell Network for us to find a way to connect to each other, to meet in the real world, so that we can focus on solutions. But as I said, our website has not been functioning properly. We don't have a full-time web developer. We've just been having Ramiro help when he's free with his other projects. But we would like to upgrade the Freedom Cell Network to the next level so that it can function 100% and we can keep helping more people, right? Because if this is possible with a barely functioning website, then how many more people are we waiting to reach if we upgrade it, right? So if anybody throughout the next 5 days wants to support us, you can just go to thegreaterreset.org. You'll see the link to our crowdfunding campaign. We just passed 30,000 members on the website, and we have thousands more who are using Telegram and thousands more who are just meeting in the real world. So we're going to try to raise $30,000 to upgrade and overhaul the entire site, to make it where there's never another problem again, where the maps work, where it's easy to find people, easy to locate people, and build out a lot of features. So you'll hear us talk about that throughout the week. And so at any point, if you're thankful for what you're hearing, whether you're watching at home or in person or in Texas, we invite you to go to thegreaterreset.org and put your funds towards that so that we can keep helping people connect with each other. So as we get ready for our next speaker, we good to go? Good to go? Okay. So one other thing that we'll mention is that how many vegans we have in the room? There's a few of you. How many people think veganism is propaganda? I'm sure you're out there. It's okay. Raise your hands. It's okay. So myself and our next speaker and Miriam and a few of us, a few months back, we started a new organization or a new group or a new idea called Vegans for Freedom and Vegans Against Agenda 2030. Because we are vegans, thank you. We are vegans for the animals, but we don't buy into the Bill Gates burgers and the, all that GMO processed, 3D printed food. And we felt like it was important to kind of stake that claim, not only to say, hey guys, not all of us vegans have bought into United Nations propaganda, but also to show the vegan community that there is an attempt right now to corporatize and take over the animal liberation movement and to make it all about Agenda 2030, United Nations propaganda. So our next speaker is going to speak to you about this idea and much more. Please welcome to the stage, Serena Farb.
Testing. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me?
Testing.
All right. Okay, there we go. Well, it looks like I have the honor of being your first in-person speaker in Morelia, so thank you. All right, so how many of you have heard some of the controversies around veganism or debated or heard debates about lab-grown meat or the Impossible Burger, things like that? Yeah, it's a hot topic right now and definitely a controversial one. So I'm talking today about how veganism is still very much a solution if we care about freedom. So, co-option. Slides. So, co-option. This is a term that, when I explain it, many of you might have heard of it, but maybe hadn't put that definition or that term to it. So, co-option is basically, in terms of a justice or political movement, this is when other entities, such as corporations, individuals, government, or anyone that has an agenda different than the movement, when they basically come in and kind of take over the movement and redirect resources, funding, focus, and attention onto other activities and things that aren't actually in alignment with the core values of that movement, but that serve other agendas, personal agendas, and especially corporate profits. So this is what's happening right now in the vegan movement. It's something we have to look out for in a lot of movements, especially those that challenge fundamental paradigms and establishment narratives that are crucial to profit in our current system. And so this is happening with veganism. But veganism does not equal promoting the Impossible Burger or lab-grown meat or biotech solutions. They're very different things. So, next. So, veganism is none of these things, but it is still extremely important. And so I am going to talk about a little bit about the problem today before I get into the solution, because I think that's important. But, a couple months back, Bill Gates came out saying something like 100% of rich nations should switch to 100% synthetic meat. Does anybody remember hearing or seeing that? Yeah, and this stirred up a lot of controversy, right? So a bunch of people basically kind of got the idea from Bill Gates saying this, from things like the new Kentucky Fried Beyond Nuggets, and basically the World Economic Forum even talking about veganism, or the United Nations promoting or saying something about veganism. A lot of people kind of walk away from that thinking that they're pushing veganism on us, and they're pushing these corporatized, unhealthy solutions or products. That's what veganism is, and they want to force all of us to, do this or eat these certain products, right? So this was an article in the World Economic Forum, on the World Economic Forum's website. So all of that has been happening, but none of that is actually veganism. This is where these corporations have come in And they've seen a trend. Veganism and interest in plant-based diets has been growing rapidly over the last few years. Many people have started learning about the problems of the meat and dairy industry. And those problems are very real. But these corporations or people like Bill Gates come in, they're not actually concerned about those problems, and they're not actually concerned about finding solutions. They just see momentum and are looking for a way to co-opt that and use it for their profit. And one way you can kind of look and notice this is that Bill Gates, nor any of these other corporations or companies like Tyson that are investing in the Impossible and these other products, none of them are actually talking about why it's important not to support the meat and dairy industry. None of them are talking about what ethical veganism actually is, and none of them are talking about the importance and what a healthy, whole foods, plant-based diet can do. They are only talking about the technological and new product-based solutions that they happen to have a stake in and have a way to make money from. You can patent lab-grown meat and new technology for growing meat in a lab from a few cells. You can't patent organic beans and vegetables that anyone can grow. That's the difference here, right? So if this isn't veganism and you're learning about veganism from maybe the people that are actually co-opting and corporatizing what was once a grassroots movement, what is veganism then? So veganism as a term was first coined in 1944 by Donald Watson and his wife, Dorothy Watson, and they were the founders of the first vegan society in the UK. And the official definition from the Vegan Society in the UK is the word veganism denotes a philosophy and way of living which seeks to exclude, as far as is possible and practicable, all forms of exploitation of and cruelty to animals for food, clothing, or any other purpose. So you'll notice that veganism is not actually a diet. That's one of the biggest misconceptions. It's not a diet, and it actually says very little about the healthfulness of your diet or what one eats, other than who we don't eat. That's what is really going on with veganism here. And this gets confused a lot. And I think a really good comparison is if we think about a conversation about eating cats and dogs or elephants, animals that here in, at least in the United States and Canada and probably many people still live in a system of normalized violence where we view other animals like cows, pigs, chickens, turkeys as food. So veganism is essentially saying, let's take that paradigm where we don't use food and extend our compassion outwards to include those other currently farmed animals in our circle of care and compassion. That's what's really going on here. Now, a few years back, before the corporatization and co-option of veganism had really taken hold, there were, I think, a lot more essentially radical and holistic vegans. And that's because to go vegan in the 1950s or even 1960s and up until quite recently, you had to be very, very willing to buck all social norms and to see go against the conditioning in our society and recognize that you couldn't trust public health officials, that you couldn't trust the government or these other agencies, because almost none of them were recognizing veganism as something that we could even do. There was so much propaganda from the dairy industry, for example, that in the 1950s or 60s, to even think that you could survive without drinking cow's milk was a very, very radical concept. And you probably couldn't even find many doctors or health officials that would support you on that. And that is changing today. And part of what's happening with the corporatization of veganism is that it's becoming more acceptable to just be vegan. It's becoming more widely known. But the downside of that is that you don't have to be radical and see the bigger picture of all of the propaganda involved that comes from the meat and dairy industry, that comes from the chemical industry, that comes from Monsanto and these revolving doors with our government agencies. And that's what's really, changing with this. But early on, I think the founders of the vegan movement saw this. And Leslie Cross was one of the founders, he was one of the early vice presidents of the Vegan Society. And he, has a quote here. He has a quote that he wrote in 1951. Oops. Back the other way. Keep going. So he has a quote that basically he said in 1951, right, after the founding of the first vegan society, where he said that veganism is not so much welfare as it is liberation. And he said it was liberation not just for the animals, but also for the heart and soul of humans, essentially. And that it liberates us when we don't have to be in the position of using and exploiting other beings. It liberates us in terms of our physical body and physical health, as well as our mental health. And he viewed it sort of as spiritual enlightenment to no longer be dependent on products of exploitation. So it's a really beautiful quote. We can skip it for now. But it really showed that the early vegans were incredibly holistic in their thinking. And that's what I think we need more of today. Because right now, we live in a system of normalized violence, which is exploiting animals and people and the planet. And this system, it is violent, whether we think about it or not. We are essentially making ourselves oppressors when we separate ourselves from other animals that we share the planet with. And then we are sitting here talking about freedom and bodily autonomy while we are actively enslaving other beings. And then we decide the day that they die, how they die, when they last get to see their babies, whether or not they get to stay connected to their family members. And that is violence. That is oppression. And we are denying other beings the right to their bodies and lives while we sit here and talk about freedom and bodily autonomy for ourselves. So, the previous speaker was talking about vibrations. And think about what that's doing to our vibration when we are consuming the literal bodies of other beings who were confined and brought into this world without any consent and who were killed without any consent. We're consuming that. So think about what that's doing to us and how we are living in a system that doesn't even recognize it. So from an early age, we also have to desensitize ourselves to the fact that this is violence. We are not innately violent beings. Again, the previous speaker mentioned this. We are compassionate and empathetic, but we have to separate ourselves from this. And there's so much conditioning and propaganda from our earliest time. We're driving down the street and there are billboards that are telling us that animals are its, they're objects, they don't matter, they're for us to use and eat, they're tasty. All of these things that have to separate us from our natural empathy. And if you think about a small child and you put a bunny in front of them and an apple, right? That shows that we're naturally empathetic, because a small child, unlike, true carnivores like lions are not going to pounce on that bunny. They're probably going to pet the bunny, play with them, think they're cute, and they would probably eat the apple. And we are separating that and essentially teaching children not to connect with that. So think about what that's doing to a whole society then, built on this desensitization. And another really good example of how this impacts all of our society is that slaughterhouse workers who have to participate in this desensitization on a daily basis, where they are, essentially taking the life and violently killing another animal, many of them, many per hour, very quickly. They have some of the highest rates of domestic abuse, and animal abuse is highly correlated with domestic abuse and domestic violence. So that's a really good example of how this is impacting not just the animals, but us when we are participating in this violent system. Not to mention what it does to our personal health and how animal protein is correlated with all of our top killers in the Western world: heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. And that the higher levels of animal protein we eat, the higher levels of chronic disease are correlated across almost all human populations. And then there's, of course, the environmental problems that our meat and dairy industry are causing. We have massive amounts of deforestation. 91% of Amazon deforestation is due to animal agriculture. Now, you might say, what about soy and corn production? Yes, there's some of that too. But 90% of soy production in the United States is for animal feed and not for anything related to what humans are eating. So this is killing our planet too. It's polluting our oceans. We're depleting our oceans of the fishes as well. But we have other options. We can choose something different. And this is where the solution comes in and why holistic veganism is so incredibly powerful. We can make a different choice as individuals every single day, 3 times a day. One of the main reasons vegans spend so much time talking about our food system, even though veganism isn't inherently about food, and it's about this ethical principle that we can extend to everything in our lives, is because food is the most significant way in which we all participate in this system of violence every single day. You don't go out and support a circus or buy a pet from a breeder every single day, but we eat 3 times a day. But that means we have incredible power. We as individuals can vote with our dollar. And there's 2 ways that works. One is directly. You are choosing whether to support violence and oppression with every single meal and purchase, or whether you are choosing to, participate in a new system of normalized nonviolence. And if you are concerned about the power of big pharma right now and how that is impacting our world and lives, the meat and dairy industry is the #1 consumer of big pharma. The majority of our antibiotics are used on farm animals because we put them in such horrible conditions. And then they get sick when they're crammed together and treated this way. And so then we feed them lots of drugs and antibiotics, and then that's the meat that people end up eating, and then they get sick from it, and then we too become consumers of big pharma because we have chronic illnesses and have to take drugs then. So it's a whole cycle that we can opt out of, and we can choose at any time to stop participating and vote for a new, different system. And it also will help us reconnect with our empathy, reconnect with that childhood compassion that many of us have had to suppress growing up in this system. And we do that by taking a stand and saying, this is what we want to support or not. And it can also heal our bodies physically, because a whole foods plant-based diet is the #1 thing we can do to both prevent and even reverse, in many cases, our chronic illnesses like heart disease. And finally, veganic agriculture. I see a lot of times these get pitted against each other. Local, regenerative, animal-based agriculture versus, corporate vegan agriculture and industrial plant food. They don't have to be pitted against each other at all. we can have the best of both worlds, which is an ethically vegan, animal-free system that is also organic and regenerative and sustainable. And if I'm not mistaken, the traditional milpa, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, here in Mexico is actually one of the original veganic farming methods that already is using this. So that is the agricultural solution that we can all start voting for with our dollar. There are more and more veganic farmers and systems popping up all the time that are the best of both worlds. We do not have to support and be part of a corporate food system to be vegan. They are separate, and we have a better third solution. So finally, I just want to address this really quickly. Some of you might say, well, isn't eating animals natural? That's one of the most common responses I get. And here's the thing. I love natural things. I am very much about, natural, skincare and, vitamins and minerals, because when it comes to that, our development, our evolution hasn't caught up yet with the toxic chemicals and petroleum-based products that we're using in a lot of cases. So they end up they often have more side effects and negative impacts than natural things. But natural is not a good justification for our morals and ethics. Animals do lots of things that we don't want to do as humans. There is rape, there is murder, there is even cannibalism in some species. That's not what we want to be basing a just and free system on that supports bodily autonomy and freedom for all beings. So let's stop using that and start thinking about what is the most nonviolent choice in any given moment. How can we daily choose nonviolence and heal ourselves and our empathy and physically heal our bodies and support a more sustainable solution to feed the whole world? So thank you very much. And you can visit my website, bornvegan.org, to download a free vegan living guide that has a bunch of practical tips and a recipe in there as well. And feel free to talk to me afterwards if you have any questions or want to discuss anything. Thank you so much.
All right. Give it up for Serena Farb. So, again, we hope that the people in this community are capable of taking on a number of different ideas, whether you agree with them or not. The beautiful thing about our event is not all of our speakers agree on everything. It's a crazy concept, actually getting along with people that you don't see eye to eye on everything. We're going to go to another amazing speaker in just a moment. But before we do, as I mentioned, we really try to keep this event down as affordable as possible. And the only way we're able to do that is with sponsors and people supporting us. And one of those sponsors is Essential Oil Wizardry. I know a lot of you guys have heard of like doTERRA and Young Living, and I'm not saying anything against those. But this particular essential oils company is by a Freedom Cell member within our network. So they are called Essential Oil Wizardry. And apparently next level stuff. I haven't tried it out myself yet. I look forward to trying it. But they're offering a 10% off coupon right now for everybody who's watching. If you use the code The Greater Reset, you get a 10% off their products. And the website is essentialoilwizardry.com, as in wizard, essentialoilwizardry.com. So thank you to them for helping us out so that we can do something to do in the future. Again, check them out. That is a member of the Freedom Cell community looking for your support. I do want to mention as well, the buffet has opened. It's running for the next little bit till 6 o'clock. That is, for those of you who registered ahead of time for that, that's in the other room over there. Check that out. And now I have the pleasure of introducing the loveliest lady here tonight. And that is my partner, Miriam. I want to tell you a little bit about Miriam before we bring her on. I have seen this beautiful, amazing woman just open up and blossom and share her gifts with our community in the last year or two. Anybody else notice Miriam's face more often, seeing her out there? She has a lot to share and a lot to offer. And for those of you who know, Miriam and I did a tour of the United States called the Activation Tour in September and October. And during that tour, Miriam started a 21-day guided meditation for the Freedom Cell Network. Then she started a weekly guided meditation for the Freedom Cell Network. And that is into what, the second or third month now? And I really appreciate she bring that conscious element to what we're doing, to bringing in the healing. Because again, today's theme, if you didn't hear it earlier, liberate your mind, body, and soul. We're talking holistic, guys. It's not just about knowing what the government's doing. It's about working on our hearts, our minds, our bodies, and being as strong as possible. And a big part of that is self-awareness, and meditation can help with that. So Miriam has been doing some great things with the meditations and the Freedom Cell Network. She's going to 30 minutes or so. Please welcome Miriam.
Oh, cool. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I'm going to try the podium thing today, but it's totally new, so have patience. Very quickly, I want to announce something in Spanish for our Spanish speakers. Todos los que hablan en español y gustan escucharnos en la traducción en español, tenemos el radio allá atrás. Si no lo sabían, no creo que hemos anunciado esto en español, discúlpenos, pero tenemos radios allá atrás. Por favor, vayan a ver a Horacio y él se encarga de eso y van a poder escuchar todo esto en español. Muchas gracias. So guys, yeah, let's take a deep breath together. Will you join me? Yeah, unwind yourself on your chair. Sit nice and straight. Close your eyes if you want. Nice deep breath in through the nose. Filling up your belly, feel your body expand, your chest. Hold it there for a minute comfortably and let it out. Maybe sigh it out. Wow. The energy is high. The energy is so good. I mean, thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for doing your part. And I mean that. We don't all get to go up on stage. And honestly, I feel like I've gotten to know a lot of you that I feel like belong up here on stage. You guys are doing really good work each and every day, and I just want to take a moment to acknowledge you all. So thank you for your part, the part that you're doing with yourself, the work that you're doing internally with yourself to align your mind, your heart, your body, your spirit with what you truly want in life for yourself and your family and your friends, because we probably already all know this, that this journey, all of these beautiful solutions that we're hearing about at the Greater Reset, they require us to tap into our mind, our hearts, and the way I see it, connect our will with love, with our hearts, because in that way, we can move in a good direction. No longer being held back by our limiting beliefs and thoughts and emotions and all that, or the illusion. So thank you again, and thank you for all the work that you're doing in your communities and beyond. So thank you. Can y'all see me? So I'm talking about how to be in love with these changing times. The times are changing, and they are changing rapidly. I don't know if you feel it, but let's call it the COVID era. I feel like time is moving way faster than it normally was. Do y'all feel that? Yeah. But also, I feel like with these changes, I don't know how to put it in words, there's like an opening of opportunity. Huge. I mean, look at us right now, the Greater Reset 3, and look how much it's grown. There's so much attention right now on what we can do, and there's the portals, the doors are open for change to happen. And I encourage all of us right now to take advantage of it, to take on this opportunity for change. You know, the World Economic Forum, they're definitely taking this opportunity for change. They've got their plans, they're going for it. Nothing's stopping them. At least that's what they think. We have that same opportunity right now, and I feel it in my heart. I feel it so deeply that I feel like, do you guys feel it too? Okay, cool. That's really cool. So I feel like there's time and space moving super fast right now, right? There's that current, right? And the stories that we're hearing from the news, from the media, everywhere, are the World Economic Forum, our COVID is gonna kill you, all these different things, right? This is where the world is headed. But there's also this beautiful, just join me on this visual because I'm very visual. There's also this beautiful current over here on the side that is love. Okay, I'm gonna sound very cheesy, so just be open to it. This current is pure love. And we have the potential to choose this current or this current. And sometimes all it really takes is a nice deep breath to come back to our body, to our mind, to our heart, and realize that we have the power to act out of love, to connect with love. When we feel the anxiety of the world changing so rapidly, the fear of what's to come for our friends and our family, and we step back into love. Right now, we have time. Yes, I know it probably doesn't feel that way, but we have time to slow down. We have that time, and you deserve that time. And I'm trying my best to help us remember to take that time for ourselves, to do it together. But when we feel that fear of insecurity, maybe financially, maybe internally, oh, I'm not beautiful enough, or I'm not capable enough. Just last year, I probably wouldn't have accepted the guys inviting me to be up here on this stage. I would have talked myself out of coming up on this stage. Because I would allow myself to be overwhelmed with anxiety. I'm not capable. She's better. He's better. They should go up on stage. Just give it to them. Just let. From us, and that's very, I see what's going on, and I know some of you feel inside your heart, oh, I should reach out to that person. Oh, I should make a video and let people know about this amazing tool, this that I know about. It would help them break out of that, realize that they have control over their bodies, over their minds. We allow that little voice to hold us back, right? But then we step into love and we say, no, my truth, my courage, my love is in sharing in that example, right? And I feel like I'm only up here right now because courage is contagious. I got to travel with Derek, like he said. I got to travel for the third time around the country, finally feeling more comfortable talking to people and sharing with people. But also, I took notes. I was noticing those of you, by the way, I've met some of you who are here that were at the tour. So cool that you're here right now. And I've met some of you on that tour that were literally shaking, talking to people, starting a protest about COVID in your community, never thinking that you were going to do something like that. Don't like being in front of people and talking. but realizing what was necessary of you and hearing that voice, that calling that said, this needs to be done, because if I don't do it, who will? So that gave me a little bit more courage to continue a little bit more confident whenever I come and talk to people. And the nerves are still there. But it helps. It helps to see you guys doing what you need to do, stepping out of your comfort zone. And it's not just happening like that with me. It's happening like that with each other. I was sharing how I get nervous, right? Being up on stage, talking to people. Derek mentioned how I started the live streams, the weekly meditation live streams. Totally new to me. I will probably cry before every live stream starts. But somebody heard that I would stress and I would feel anxiety. And one of our teachers, she said, she never goes on camera. She does online classes, but she never goes on camera. And we literally sat there, like both of us feeling the nerves, and we were just, we're good. This is what we need to do. This is what we want to do. And like, if I sound cheesy, like we literally have life force energy, the whole universe, all of love, the light that animates all of life on our side. We got this. We got this. So continue sharing your story. I ask you to share your story, because that's how we connect with one another, and that's how we're going to continue to inspire each other to do what's necessary. So we're talking about solutions, right? And for me, I wanted to talk about how to be in love with the changing times. These beautiful changing times. I think I'm falling more and more in love with them. I think I'm being more and more in love with them. I think I'm being more and more present through life, in all of my connections and all the time. Obviously, I'm not perfect, but I'm making the effort. And so I wanted to share with you a tool. Obviously, you heard him say, I talk about meditation. I share meditation. I could preach all day about meditation, but I'm pretty sure that about 100% of you already know about meditation. Raise your hand. Yeah. It's a very simple tool, and honestly, I feel like this is a tool, one of the tools that helps us tap into our superpower. That sounds so cheesy. But do you like superheroes? We're literally our own superheroes, and we kind of need to tap into our own superpowers right now because the world needs you. So, meditation, so simple. So, may I guide you in a short meditation? Yeah? It would be an honor. So go ahead and get comfortable in your chair. I know that we sometimes make meditation very complicated, and it doesn't have to be. There's no pressure here. If you clear your mind completely, that's amazing, good for you, but that's never always the goal. I mean, that's not always the goal. I think for me, the goal is to gain simple tools that help us in everyday life to overcome, to create, to continue forward in a good way. So make sure your back is nice and straight. If you'd like to close your eyes, go for it. If you'd like to keep them open, that's fine. So take a nice deep breath in through the nose. Make sure it's comfortable for you. Filling up your belly. You can hold it there for a minute or just 2 seconds and let it out. Do another one just like that, relaxing the body in through the nose. One more for me. Keep your eyes closed if you will. Notice your body. Perhaps there's any tension in there. Perhaps maybe even pain. Perhaps there's anxiety that you may be feeling. Perhaps some depression, some stress. And if not, great, wonderful. But see if you notice that, any part of your body. Take a nice deep breath in. Relax that tension. Relax your body. Allow yourself to sink into your chair. Just stay with me. You're welcome to open your eyes. I feel like the breath is a simple tool that will help us come back to ourselves, come back to the truth, come back and connect with our hearts. So whenever we're feeling pain, anxiety, stress, fear, we can take a nice deep breath in, relax our body, check in with ourselves, stay there however long you need to, and connect with love. And I'll show you how that happens in a minute. I'm pretty sure you each know what your truth is. I'm not gonna say I know what your truth is. I don't know what your truth is. I know what my truth is. Okay? So as I speak, you plug in what resonates with you, right? So take a moment right now. Does any part of you feel any joy, maybe for being here today? Perhaps love, a deep sense of love for your kids, for your family. Connect with that, feel that. Feel that in your heart. You can even put your hand over your heart. Do you feel any joy that maybe you're on a journey that you've always wanted to be on? Moving to Mexico, to another country, meeting people, building community, gaining skills. What are you happy about? What are you joyful about? What are you in love with? Are you in love with the direction that your life is headed? Are you in love with your puppy, your kitty? What helps you feel that love inside of yourself? Where do you feel it? When do you feel it? When you see your child smile, when you hug somebody, feel that in your heart. Really feel it. Or perhaps you want to connect with some gratitude. What are you grateful for? Are you grateful that you're alive today? You're breathing. Are you grateful for realizing that we're all interconnected with nature and we're blessed? Are you just grateful for another day and that you're able to get up today and be here with us? Well, that love, that joy, that gratitude that you're connecting with right now is literally the current of love that I'm talking about. That love that you may have for yourself to make a change in your life because you see the direction that things are going, you can connect with that in your heart. You can connect with your heart right now and in any moment. And remember that. Connect with it whenever you feel stressed, whenever you feel the anxiety of the changes or the fear. Actually, you guys probably know this, but I was reminded of this acronym yesterday about fear. Fear being false evidence appearing real. If you feel fear at any point, you can remember that. False evidence appearing real. Take a deep breath, connect with your heart, and then remember your truth for that given situation. We want to connect with our truth to get into the current of love. And the truth for me, and plug in whatever resonates with you here. If I say God, if you're spiritual, whatever you want to plug in there. If you're religious, that's fine, whatever you want to plug in there. For me, my truth is that I know that I am animated by the same force that animates all of life. That I am in love with my life. And I am in love with the times that we're living in. Never before has there been a time where these current events are happening at the same time, where the technology is where we're at right now, where as many people connecting to their power, they're realizing their truth, realizing the truth around them of the governments and the corporations. Never has this happened before as big as it's happening right now. So I am in love with these times. And I know that we are capable of making big, big change. Right now is the time. If there's anything you want to do, you are supported right now. And I know that meditation sometimes sounds like woo-woo for people, but when we meditate, we literally create ripples of peace, ripples of love. And on an energetic level, but let's bring it on to a practical level. If you're feeling love, if you're connected to love, you're more loving when you're talking to others. You're more loving in your actions. You're more likely to choose love whenever you're faced with whatever situation. You're more likely to act out of love. That's what I'm talking about, connecting our will with our hearts, with our love. And when we meditate together, have you guys heard of the Maharishi effect? We're literally capable of affecting the world around us in a positive way. So my goal is to remind people to practice the tools that work for you to help you center yourself, to remember your truth. Because sometimes we're being told lies in our own head. That conditioning, it's got to go. So remember your truth. Practice your meditation or prayer, whatever works for you. And if you want to join us every week on Sunday at 9 a.m. Central, we're doing a live stream with a different teacher each week. And I just want to shout out really quickly, thank you to all of our teachers. They're literally from the Freedom Cell Network group, or the whole network, that I put the call out and they said, I've been guiding meditation, let's do it. So this wouldn't be possible without them. And there's some really amazing teachers from all varieties of meditation and practices that if you don't connect with this kind of practice, surely you will for the next one. And I'm hoping that people just gain the tools that work for them to create a consistent practice, because in that consistency is where we find the gems of meditation, where we become more mindful or more zen, or as simple as just being able to relax a little bit more. But also we're able to observe our internal world, observe the world around us, and choose to step back, see things for what they are, and then choose what we want to create, how we want to move forward in those situations. So thank you guys. Yeah. I have a dream of the Freedom Cell Network, the Greater Reset, and everybody that we know that's on this journey sees the truth, sees everything that's going on, and everybody that you can connect with, that we literally all meditate together for 1 hour, at least once a year. I could just see so much goodness coming from that. So if anybody wants to connect and try to organize that, let me know. But yeah, I welcome you. I invite you to join us on Sunday. We will have a meditation at 9 a.m. with Shariah, and I think you're really going to enjoy it. She's talks about visionary stewardship, and she is going to guide us in meditation for, what is it called? I have it in my notes. For continuing with our sovereignty, for becoming sovereign human beings, so, or claiming that sovereignty. So thank you guys so much. Thank you for dealing with my nerves. I appreciate you guys so much. Anything that you need, please let me know.
Let's give one more round of applause for Miriam. There you guys are. And I know we have some of the room eating lunch right now, but for those of you who are watching at home, and John, this is what our room looks like here in Mexico. Wave to the camera, everybody, right over here. On the stream. Now we're just looking at them. All right, okay, we're still here. Hey guys, we're so thankful you're here with us today. We've got a few more speakers for this evening. We appreciate you rolling with the punches. We are going to be in just a moment sending it over to John in Texas to hear the live speakers from Texas. They have some live speakers there. But first, we're going to hear from Ramiro and the activation hubs. You know, we've spent a lot of time encouraging people to have local watch parties. Did anybody see the first two events? Who watched the first Greater Reset or attended the first Greater Reset? Anyone? Who was at the second one in Zihuatanejo? We had people tuning in from Switzerland, Germany, and Africa, all over the US, hosting watch parties, and it was amazing to see. And I think it really helped many of us recognize that we are an international, a worldwide community. And this time, Ramiro took it to a whole new level, and he's calling it Activation Hub. So not only are people hosting watch parties, but they're organizing events like this. They're going out, they're doing community garden. They're actually taking real world steps. And that's the only thing that is going to change the world. So let's go ahead, Ramiro. Let's bring Ramiro Romani up on stage and meet one of our activation hubs. Come on up, brother.
Finally made it. How's everyone doing? All right, let's keep the energy going. I just want to ask, y'all are probably not all from Mexico. How many of you traveled from the United States? Could I get a show of hands? Okay, nice, a good amount. Any from Europe? Okay, beautiful. Any from Asia? Okay, now stretching with that one, but that's okay. I just want to express how global of a community we are and how we are propagating to our final destinations to be with like minds. And so that's absolutely what this Activation Hubs program was about. It was about empowering local communities to do this exact same thing at a local level, because I joined Miriam and Derek on the activation tour, and we saw how amazing the knowledge and experience was all across the United States. So I think we have some activation hubs on now. If you could unmute both of them. Hello. Can you guys talk for me? Okay. Just pause 1 second while we come back to y'all. Just give me 1 sec. Can you play the trailer?
In June 2020, the World Economic Forum launched their initiative, the Great Reset, an attempt to centralize and manage the direction of the planet and its resources.
The people of the world immediately exposed and took action against this power grab.
In January 2021, the Freedom Cell Network launched the Greater Reset Activation, a solutions-focused event offering an alternative to the Great Reset.
Now we are returning with the Greater Reset 3 Integration, a 5-day hybrid event where in June 2020, the World Economic Forum launched their initiative, the Great Reset, an attempt to centralize and manage the direction of the planet and its resources.
The people of the world immediately exposed and took action against this power grab.
In January 2021, the Freedom Cell Network launched the Greater Reset Activation, a solutions-focused event offering an alternative to the Great Reset.
Now we are returning with the Greater Reset 3 Integration, a 5-day hybrid event where revolutionary speakers and organizations focus on integrating the solutions to real-world problems.
The Greater Reset 3 will focus on activating 5 themes.
January 26th, liberate your mind, body, and soul.
January 27th, agorism and parallel networks.
January 28th, permaculture and food independence.
January 29th, take back our tech.
And January 30th, building free and conscious communities.
Now, more than ever, it is of vital importance that the free hearts and minds of the world rally together to build parallel structures so we may be liberated from the tyranny of the Great Reset.
Join us from January 26th to the 30th, 2022, as we gather online in Central Texas and Morelia, Mexico, as well as local activation hubs worldwide.
Join us as we lay the foundation for the next stage of a free humanity.
Join us for the Greater Reset 3 Integration.
View the full speakers list, find your local activation hub, or start your own at thegreaterreset.org.
Okay. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get audio. And there's an echo. Okay, awesome. So unfortunately, we aren't able to hear from these activation hubs. I apologize about that, y'all. But I just want to talk about the concept in general and how we should make this a regular occurrence. We don't need an occasion like the Greater Reset to get together. We need local community leaders to bring everyone in. And I don't just mean people in our space who are woke to this, who are awake to this, but we need to bring in outside, people from the outside. We need to grow this movement even further. And so we've had some wonderful help this time around planning activation hubs. We have actually designed flyers on the site. We're still working on getting the audio together. Hey guys, can you hear us? Can you try and say something? No. So continuing on with this idea, we have several amazing activation hubs we're going to hear from this week. Wednesday, we have La Tigra Costa Rica, or sorry, not Wednesday, Friday, we're going to have them come speak in person about the intentional community that they're building in Costa Rica. And I'm so excited about their project. The next day, we have a tech community in Sweden that's going to be talking about how they have structured their activism to be professional. And the day following that, we're going to hear from an activation hub in Philadelphia that has been doing some amazing work in the tri-state area, and they have some really beautiful stories to tell. So I'm looking forward to doing this segment with y'all. And if you're out there, you're watching, go to thegreaterreset.org/hubs to find an activation hub near you and go and make that in-person connection. Now, if you don't find one, make one. It's just as simple as getting together at your house and watching the stream. So invite your friends over, tell them to bring some vegetables, cook a little bit, have a little fun, and that's what it's all about. And it's about that exploration of these new, invigorating ideas and doing that together and having this in-person connection. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. I think we're going to show some ads and go on to the next segment. Give a shout out to Activation Hubs. Woo!
All right, guys, we're about to pass it on back to Texas. We want to welcome everybody back into the room. Please do your best to keep it a low murmur in this room. Respect every speaker if you can. We know people are having lunch and we started late, but we appreciate you guys. Please give our following speakers your full attention. We're going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break, 30 seconds, and come back live from Texas with John Bush. Please stay tuned.
Inflation is rising, fiat money is collapsing, and central bank digital currencies are being developed to monitor and control all economic activity. Bitcoin was created to escape this nightmare. But while Bitcoin is incredible as digital gold, it's not very useful as an alternative currency or medium of exchange. Enter Bitcoin Cash. Bitcoin Cash is like Bitcoin, but much better for use in commerce. Where Bitcoin transactions tend to be slow, Bitcoin Cash transactions are lightning fast. Where fees to send Bitcoin can be pricey, fees to send Bitcoin Cash are less than a penny. Bitcoin Cash can't be censored, controlled, or shut down. It's liberated money for free people. Do you want some? Go to whybitcoincash.com to learn about this incredible cryptocurrency. Then head over to bitcoin.com to download a free wallet and start using Bitcoin Cash today. That's whybitcoincash.com.
I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no.
Okay. How's everybody doing? All right. Give it up for peace and freedom. All right. That one gets them every time. So I want to welcome you guys here in Central Texas, and I want to welcome the audience that is watching online. Super excited to be doing this again. I mean, this is the third iteration of the Greater Reset. And it's grown and it's expanded. And I think perhaps one of the biggest reasons that it's grown is because the tyranny and technocracy have grown, right? And there's this whole yin-yang phenomenon where the harder they push, the more free we become in some ways. Isn't that kind of strange? It's like a paradox. I'm not going to say the harder they push, the harder we resist, because it's not about resistance. It's about going with the flow and just being, right? Because the default state is freedom. The default state is harmony. The default state is peace and love, right, man? Yeah. So We got a great lineup of speakers that are going to be joining us here in Texas. I'm going to introduce a pair here shortly. But I just want to share with the audience, I think there's really something special that we're doing with the Greater Reset and the Freedom Cell Network. I've spent a lot of time in community and doing activism in various different ways and different strategies. And one of the common themes that I found with a lot of people was anger and frustration, right? And just this like, and then also despair and overwhelm. And I came to realize that there is a relationship between the amount of time people spend on the computer, researching, sharing articles on social media, and how frustrated they are. Contrast that with folks that are out frolicking in the fields with their kids and getting their hands dirty in the garden and going to meetups and hanging out with their friends and hosting potlucks. And it's a complete game changer, right? When you're actually living life and experiencing freedom, for some strange reason, you tend to feel more free. Am I right? Wow. So what I really appreciate about this community and working with Derek and Ramiro and all of you and all the amazing volunteers, give it up for the volunteers and everybody that helped make this event possible. Woo, woo, woo. What I really appreciate is everyone is drawn and everyone is connected through a common desire to do and to act, and not just, oh my God, is it illegal? Fauci said, blah, 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 great reason. And there's so many people that just spend time, like you just see them posting, look how terrible things are. The fourth industrial revolution. There's drones in the sky. They're manipulating our children, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, what the hell are you going to do about it? I tell you what we're going to do about it. We're going to exit and we're going to build, right? Or we're going to build so we may exit. So I just want to riff on that for a second because it really lights my heart on fire. And I could tell because I've experimented with all sorts of messages and Ron Paul revolution. And everyone used to say, let's restore the Republican Party. Like, restore the Republic. I don't want to go back to those days. I'm not even, they're like, it's a republic if you can keep it. It was never a republic. They like owned human beings. People were conscripted into the Revolutionary Army. That's not freedom. I mean, come on. I want to move forward to something that perhaps humans haven't really experienced before, a genuinely free society, where not only do we live in harmonious relationships with one another, but we have harmony with the earth as well. I think that's possible. And like Miriam said earlier, we have an opportunity, right? They want to do their great reset and their new normal. Well, I don't want to go back to the way things were before either. And so all the crazy stuff that's taken place, whether it happened randomly or was contrived, right? Like 9/11. Remember the 9/11 truth? It was like, did they let it happen? They just ignored all the stuff. And Condoleezza Rice had that report. Bin Laden determined to attack within the United States. She's like, we had no idea they were going to attack. Did they let it happen or did they make it happen? I don't know. But at the end of the day, I know that I'm going to seize the opportunity to create a better world for myself, my family, my community, and the future generations to come. And I'm super grateful that each and every one of you are on that same page and doing it with us. So give yourself a round of applause. All right. Before we bring our next guest on, Osprey, can you pull the lights up and let's show the house here in Buda here in Texas. Give the world a nice yeehaw, everybody. House lights over there. There we go. There they are. All right. Yeehaw, everybody. We got the horse roped out front on the horse trough. Right? I don't know. We moved out to the country recently. Like, there's actually horses and people driving horses down the road. Driving horses. How the hell do you do that? Anyway. All right. So today is all about liberating your mind, body, and soul. And far too often people focus on what's going on out there, right? And a lot of people focus on the tyrants and the Faucis and the Klaus Schwabs, and people tend to get worked up. When in reality, more often than not, the biggest tyrants that are in our lives are right in here. And more often than not, we're our own worst enemies and our biggest critics. But I want to share with you guys, it doesn't have to be that way. And the folks that I'm about to introduce, I've known for many, 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 many years. And I've had a front row seat of watching them transform. I've had a front row seat of watching some pretty serious, difficult fights and stress and drama. And on the flip side, I've seen some beauty and some wonder. And I look up to these two very much. They're really close to me. So I'm going to bring up Danny and Vanessa. Come on down. Okay, now we're going to count how many times Danny tears up during this talk, okay? So, and we're placing bets in the back. All right, give it up.
I've already cried about 12 times since arriving in Texas. I still always get nervous when we come up here to do these kind of things. I feel like there's a lot of responsibility, right, involved in getting on stage and preaching a message, right? And it's something that I don't take lightly. We say all the time on our podcast that we're not gurus. We're not experts on anything. We're just sharing the things that have helped us in our lives, improve our lives, help us to become more embodied in our sovereignty. And that has improved our lives.
And also to open up the communication, to open up to community, right? Sometimes we're going through these difficult moments, this fear, this stress, this anxiety, and we kind of hold it in, right? Because we have to be strong and put on a brave face. But it helps to be in community and be vulnerable and say, this is really hard. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how I'm going to talk to my children about what's happening. I don't know how I'm going to talk to my family about what's happening. And if we don't open up and share those fears and those anxieties, then we suffer that part alone. And that's not how we build community. So we're all about being vulnerable, sharing our story, sharing our journey, our difficulties, and opening up that space so that we can all share and carry that burden and help each other out. So we're not doing it by ourselves.
Oh, thank you, baby. But we should probably introduce ourselves.
Yes.
My name is Danny. This is my beautiful wife, Vanessa. We are lots of things. We've been in the Liberty movement for a long time. I've known John for over a decade, and we've been working together. I was here at the birth of Freedom Cells 10 years ago. We live in Brooklyn, New York, and 10 years ago, there was no one else on the Freedom Cell network in New York but me. And now it's exploded. There is a thriving Freedom Cell network because there's a bunch of different ones in different boroughs and different areas of New York City. But it is a thriving community that we know is watching. So shout out to the Northeast Freedom Cells and New York City in particular. We do a podcast on love, sex, and psychedelics. We are psychedelic advocates. And yeah, let's give it up for psychedelics, for plant medicines. Yeah. Plant medicines have taught us a lot about sovereignty. And that's why we share the gospel of plant medicines. And we were recently, or actually it was right at the beginning of the pandemic, that we were featured on the Today Show talking about how we healed our relationship. John kind of hinted at that earlier. We were in a really toxic relationship. We were both married before. We carried traumas and terrible toxic patterns from our previous relationships into this one. And we got to a point where our relationship was so bad, John witnessed a lot of that, and that we decided that it was either going to be where we're going to start healing ourselves or we were going to have to part ways. And luckily we had that bedrock of real love to stand on. And we chose the path of healing. And that's what brought us here. So if our podcast is called Sovereign Love Stream, if you want to check that out. But really what we want to talk to today about is maintaining the frequency of sovereignty. So I don't want to monopolize the mic, baby.
Well, a lot of people ask us, what are you guys still doing in Brooklyn? New York, of all places. And we like to think of our time in New York, our life in New York, as a true test to our sovereignty. We're being shown all the ways in which we can improve our sovereignty, all the ways in which we're not embodying our sovereignty. Can we truly be sovereign in New York City? And we are.
Yes, the answer is yes. You can be sovereign anywhere.
And where that kind of came from is from us recognizing that our sovereignty comes from within and learning to embody that. It's not a matter of, like John was saying earlier, going out there and trying to change the world so that we can be sovereign. It's about knowing that that sovereignty comes from within, embodying it, and it flows outwards, right? Once you start living in sovereignty, then people are looking at you like, what are you doing? We've had plenty of conversations with people in New York City that, they see us and we're not wearing masks and it doesn't look like we're living in fear. And random people just start talking to us, and then we hear that they secretly don't believe all the stuff they hear on TV. We hear that they secretly don't want to wear the masks. We've heard that people actually have gone in anger to get vaccinated because they felt they were going to be ostracized by their friends and family, and they felt obligated to do that, and they did it in anger and frustrated that they had made that decision. And
That's not being in your sovereignty.
exactly. So where we come from, the message we want to send out into the world is that you do have to embody your own sovereignty so that you can make decisions going forward that are embodied decisions, that are centered decisions. We're not making decisions out of fear, out of anger, out of frustration. Why should somebody go get vaccinated if they don't want to do it, if they are angry about it? Imagine what that does to your body, going to receive a chemical in your body while you're angry and tense and frustrated and scared. That is not beneficial to anybody. So the message we want to share and the tips we want to share are about how do you start to embody your sovereignty, living in a place where it seems like we're not free at all.
Yeah, we're really happy that Miriam spoke a lot about meditation and did that guided meditation. Meditation has something that has been very instrumental in our embodiment practice. And, sovereignty doesn't have to be, for us, it is a very spiritual concept. But, depending on what your belief system is, whether you believe in God or just nature, the source of your sovereignty is the nature of your being, the fact that you are. And to remind us how sacred that is, because for us it is a very spiritual thing. We consider life a sacred act. For me, going to work is a sacred act. I go to work to do a job that I don't love. I'm making that shift now. I'm shifting into something that is more passion driven. But I still have a business that I don't love. But it's a sacred act for me to go to do that because I am trading my time and energy to support my family. We also have a 10-year-old son and an 8-month-old puppy that I'm supporting. And it's a sacred act. Life is a sacred act. So one of the things that we do every morning, aside from our individual personal meditation practices, is we sit together and have cacao in the morning together. Now, I used to get up and wake up at the last minute before I had to run out the door to go to work. And, it's like stressful, right? You're getting up at the last minute. I got to go do this job that I can't stand. And, that's how I would go start my day, right? And then I'm working and I end up injuring myself because I'm being impatient because I don't want to be here. I don't want to do this.
Or the client is listening to CNN all day.
Oh, yeah. That's always good when they have that going on in the background. But yeah, so we decided we were going to start this morning practice where every morning we drink cacao together. We've replaced coffee and we drink cacao now. But you could do it with anything. You could do it with your morning coffee, with a glass of water, with your green smoothie, whatever it is that you want to do. And whether you're single or in a relationship, it's a great time to set intentions for the day. A lot of times we'll talk about our dreams that we had that night. And
any struggles, emotional struggles, frustration about going to work. And the thing is that when you start your day, like Danny said, he used to start the day frustrated, checking Facebook to see what tyranny was going on today, what ways is the government trying to take our freedom. And from the moment you start your day that way, you're already thinking everybody out there is the enemy. The person walking down the street wearing a mask is an enemy. The person over there who is, I don't know, yelling at a stranger who's not wearing a mask is the enemy, right? Everybody out there is an enemy. And that's frustrating. You're no longer in your power. You don't feel at peace. Whether or not anybody has actually come into your space to try to control your actions or not, you've already given up your power. You've already given up your peace, because now you're angry about this thing that's happening out there that doesn't affect you in any way. So when we start the morning with this practice where we sit down together, no phones, no social media, no TV, no news, and we sit with each other, we're present, we connect with each other, we connect with our sovereignty, right? We wake up and start the day remembering that we are sovereign beings. Because now when we leave for the day, when we go out to walk the dog or go to work or run our errands, we're not in this place of, oh, I'm the victim of what's happening out there. Now, I just came from my sacred ceremony. I just came from my sacred space. And when I go out into the world, anybody that I meet is another sacred being living out their own experience, their own fears, their own dramas, and I'm living out my own, and I choose how I respond to them. Like Miriam said, right? You have the two lanes. You can choose the lane of fear and anger and frustration, or you can choose the lane of love. And it's a lot easier to choose the lane of love when you've started your day in sacred ceremony. And again, it can be something as simple as sitting with your water, your coffee, your tea, whatever it is that you drink, setting intentions for the day. Today, I wish to have a day of ease, of peacefulness, of serenity, of patience, of flow. Like John said before, we can just flow. There's no need to resist everything.
How many people get triggered when they see people wearing masks on the street? Or better yet, alone in their car? My wife is very zen. She's a great influence on me, but I still sometimes get triggered by that. Look at this idiot wearing a mask alone in his car. What's wrong with this person? And then I feel it in my body, right? You feel the stress well up, the anger, the anxiety. That's the type of person that wants to force me to get a vaccine, right? Those are the thoughts.
And if you notice this arm movement, right?
Yeah, you can see it. That's where I carry my
He
stress.
has a lot
right
of shoulder pain.
I have a lot of shoulder pain because of that. I'm working on it. I'm working on integrating this. As I said, we're not gurus. We're going through this ourselves and just sharing the modalities that are working for us.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't need to get triggered because somebody believes Fauci and thinks they need to wear 6 masks to protect themselves from a cold. That's their business. Doesn't affect me. And a lot of people, Vanessa mentioned before, Tom Woods. How many people are Tom Woods fans? All right, 1. So somebody had tweeted that, I don't know how people still live in New York. It's a fascist dictatorship. And honestly, I never wear a mask. I'm not vaccinated. I go everywhere I want to go. And very rarely do people ever say anything. I live my life as I please. And I think because I carry that energy of embodied sovereignty, that a lot of people don't even question it.
We're not going into places yelling, I'm not wearing a mask in here because I'm not an idiot, or any of that. We walk into places very calmly. I'm here to buy my groceries.
Like I own the place. Hey, yo, I'm here from Brooklyn.
I'm here to buy my groceries. I'm here to have dinner, and we smile. We're kind to people. And like I said, sometimes that creates a spark, right? And somebody's willing to have a conversation with you. Oh, you're not wearing a mask. Did anybody say anything to you? No. A lot of times when we're not wearing a mask, other people are like, oh, and then they start pulling down their masks too. And then they start feeling more empowered to make those decisions as well. And for us, Danny coming from a long history of activism and fighting and screaming in people's faces to a simple act of simply being free.
Oh, there's plenty of videos of me screaming on YouTube. You guys think Alex Jones has a loud voice?
I know that loud voice.
So I mentioned that we just got a puppy. And so I binge watched a lot of Cesar Millan. I don't know if anybody has ever watched Cesar Millan, but Cesar Millan understands sovereignty. I was so shocked at how much I learned from Cesar Millan about sovereignty. He talks about a thing called calm confidence, that dogs they read your energy more than anything else, more than your words. They read your energy. And when you're not in a calm place of calm confidence, as he calls it, they sense it and they're like, oh, this guy is not a good leader. I can't follow him as a pack leader because he doesn't have his shit together. He's all nervous and angry. He's screaming at me. What is this guy doing? Right? That calm confidence comes from embodied sovereignty. I know who I am. I know what my values are. And no one else is going to tell me different. Right? And that's not the same as being open to learning new things. We are very open to learning new things. We don't think we know it all. That's a very different thing from when you've embodied something like Western medicine isn't for me. I don't take aspirin, so I'm not going to take this vaccine, and I'm confident in that decision, and I'm not going to be pressured like that poor woman who we met at the dog park. She felt pressured. Her friends had ostracized another friend that refused to get the vaccine, and so she was like, I got to go get boosted now. I don't want to. And she felt that much pressure. And I felt a lot of compassion for her. It really was a beautiful conversation because in the end, she felt empowered to make her own decisions. She felt, I'm not alone. Other people think this too. She's like, the booster's doesn't even seem to be working. Why should I go get this? But if I don't, my friends aren't going to invite me to their houses anymore. So,
and just to illustrate how people can get caught up in this, she was telling us she had come to the dog park because she was home watching the news. She got up she was like, I don't know why I did this. I got up, went on my phone, started scrolling through the news, and next thing you know, I'm ordering at home COVID tests. And I was like, what am I doing? I don't need any tests. Everybody's fine in my house. And she's like, I dropped the phone and I left to the dog park. And that just illustrates how your mind, like your habits, can cause all of these things that you don't even truly believe. A lot of people out there don't really believe everything that they hear, but in the moment can get swept up in watching the news and hearing the stories, the talking points over and over again. And so it's understandable. And when you're in that embodied sovereignty and that calm confidence, when they open up to you, you're no longer judging them because you're no longer affected by their fear. Their fear is their fear, and you can observe it and you can empathize with it, but you don't have to carry it. And now this opens up a line of communication where she's like, thank you so much. She said, thank you for allowing me to vent to you guys. I feel so much better. I'm like, I'm not alone anymore. I don't have to hide. I'm always afraid of talking to people in the dog park because they're going to think I'm crazy. And we saw other people in the dog park, and some people you can tell are just kind of like listening. Oh, yeah. It's hard to tell.
There was another woman in the back who overheard our conversation. She was so upset. She was behind her
scowling the whole time. But there were other people that were paying attention, like, oh, this is interesting. I haven't heard this before. And, people are curious. And depending on how we show up in the world is how we encourage other people, how we get to be the light for other people that are kind of lost. A lot of people are out there lost, wandering in the darkness, not sure who to believe, what to believe. And when you're in that calm confidence, like Cesar Millan says, you can be a pack leader. Then people can turn to you and say, oh, I trust this person because this person is confident, knows what they're talking about. They're not worried about whether people believe them or not, whether they're going to be ostracized or not. And that has allowed us to see the areas in our lives where, what are we dependent on? Now we're looking at our food sovereignty. We live in a New York City apartment. How are we going to work on that? So this is a new area for us that we're starting to dig into and try to figure out. And so when we're in these situations, we like to remind people, like John was saying before, the more they push, the more opportunities we have. The more the powers that want to be push forward, the more we can start stepping into our sovereignty and recognizing, oh, wait, that's an area in which I'm not fully sovereign. What can I do to change that? How can I embody my sovereignty there?
Yeah, I was just thinking about how a lot of people are saying that this is like an apocalypse. And what apocalypse really means is a revealing. And that's really what we're seeing. We're seeing Klaus Schwab and Biden and all these people, Fauci, revealing what their real plans are. And I think there's a lot more people that are awake to this. They're just quiet about it. I think maybe because they feel like they might be ostracized by their family. I heard Adam Curry on Joe Rogan quote a statistic. I don't know the source and I did not fact check it up front. But what he was saying was that there's 30% of people that are completely like the COVID pandemic, response is complete manipulation. There's 30% who believe it completely and are like, oh yeah, this is what we need to do. And the 40% in the middle just kind of waver depending on what the information coming out. A new study comes out, says the vaccines are not as effective as natural immunity, so they believe that. And then they sway if another study comes out saying the opposite. So that 40%, if we're embodying our sovereignty with that calm confidence, we're going to have a better effect than the people that are losing their minds and stressed out. We're going to be able to reach those people. Embodying your sovereignty is going to supercharge whatever activism you're into, whether it's going to rallies or if you're a lobbyist trying to lobby local government to roll back tyrannical policies. Everybody has a role to play, and we don't judge any of that. I don't do that type of activism anymore. I'm more focused on doing our internal work and kind of sharing that and advocating for normalizing of psychedelics. But if you're going to be involved in that type of activism, having that embodied sovereignty, people read your energy too. It's not just animals. People read your energy, and a lot of it is subconscious. They don't even understand that they're reading your energy. And that's why people are attracted to people who are confident and who are like, I don't want to keep using the word sovereign, but that's what it is.
Yeah.
And when you're in that, people are attracted to that. It's a light that comes from deep inside of you. We believe it comes from spirit, and it flows through you, through soul. And people are attracted to that. And that is what builds the bridge. Like this woman in the dog park, we built a bridge with her now. She knows she's safe. She can come to us and ask us questions. So what do you think about the booster? What the efficacy? And we can have that conversation. We can talk to her about natural holistic medicine.
Without screaming in her face or judging her
Yeah.
or being upset by her and her decisions. And again, this all comes with the work of looking at yourself. Why are you being triggered by somebody who's alone in a car wearing a mask? Why are you triggered by that? Does it trigger you because you feel that you're being outnumbered by people who believe the media? Do you feel like you don't have a community of people, not enough of a network of people that have the same belief systems as you? Now's the time to then start looking, okay, how do I build that community, right? Instead of getting angry, reacting in anger, it's a time to take a look within. Why am I triggered by this? Oh, because I don't have as big of a community as I would like. How do I build that community? Now we start taking action to create solutions instead of falling into that anger that keeps us. The truth is that anger paralyzes us. We get angry. Now we're just arguing with people on Facebook. We don't think rationally. We get angry at our spouse, at our children, at anybody that we come into contact with, and you can't be a guiding light to anybody in that state.
Especially yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah. Do you see why I love having morning cacao with this woman? How inspirational is she? Really, she is the wind beneath my wings. She has really taught me a lot about sovereignty. And I thought I'm the one who's been an activist for all these years, right? And I thought I understood sovereignty. I knew the word and the definition, but I did not really understand it to the full depth. And then we started doing our work together, and you have inspired me greatly, and plant medicine has really helped open me up to a lot of this. And so I have so much gratitude, and I have gratitude for all of you for being here, for being a part of this movement, not just part of the movement that's complaining, because there's a lot of people that are just, on Facebook complaining, but not exiting and building like you guys are doing. You're here. You're the movement. So thank you.
Thank you.
I feel less alone because you guys are here. How much time we got, John? Because we'll go on forever.
Awesome.
Okay. All right. So just maybe to get a little bit into more practical stuff, when I'm getting triggered, when I'm on the street and I see somebody wearing 6 masks and I get triggered, I'm like, what? Oh, read the science. The science doesn't even say that this makes sense. Come on. I take a deep breath and I just think, one of Vanessa's cousins lives upstairs from us, and I was like, your cousins are always wearing masks. Do they buy into all this stuff? Why don't you talk to them? And then I remembered one of their husbands is diabetic. He gets dialysis. He is more susceptible. And so now what I try to think about when I see strangers on the street, are they immunocompromised? Or do they live with somebody I try not to assume they're just an idiot who buys into Fauci's baloney, right? I try to come at it from more of a compassionate and understanding, and that kind of disarms that like self-righteousness, right? Like the judgment that pops up, so that I can release that and not sit in that anger and let it affect my day. Why should that affect the rest of my day? So I try to do that. I try to take a deep breath and just say, I don't know why they're wearing a mask, but maybe they have a good reason that I don't know about. I don't know everything.
And I think it helps to have conversations with people and find out why they're making these decisions. We have family members. I have family members that have had to get vaccinated because they were about to lose their jobs, and they have children, and they have health insurance, and all of these things that they couldn't just drop all of the sudden. And so they had to get vaccinated. They didn't want to. It was not their choice. They were advocating for against the mandates, and they ended up having to get vaccinated. So I can offer support in how can we detox, how can we take care of our body, how can we start building strategies to help you not have to fall into this again. Right? And we can be there to support people instead of getting angry at them, instead of calling them idiots, instead of judging them for the decisions. We can actually listen, because a lot of people are, like we said, making decisions out of fear because their livelihood is being challenged. It's on the line. And so when we are embodied in our sovereignty, we can present those opportunities to other people instead of simply dismissing them as, oh, here's another sheeple, here's another person who doesn't believe in freedom, right? We don't know the reasons why. And I think sometimes if we get into the particulars of why somebody had to get vaccinated, why somebody chose to do this, why somebody lives in fear, again, we come into this idea that we decide whose decision is, that we get to judge that decision and say, yes, your decision is good enough to get vaccinated. Your decision is not good enough to get vaccinated. And if you're a person who is getting vaccinated and has made that decision because you check the science and the science checks out for you, then you make that empowered decision as well. So we're kind of in this space where I don't believe that we necessarily need to judge people for their decisions. If they choose to get vaccinated and that's an embodied sovereign decision, I'm doing it because I feel it's what's right for me. I spoke to my doctor. I believe my doctor. I trust my doctor. I'm going to do that for that reason. We want it to be a sovereign decision, a decision that comes from a place of peace and not from a place of fear. And when we can inspire people or encourage people to be in that space of peace and calm and what did you call it? Calm confidence, then their decision making is different, right? And now they can also choose to build communities with us. There are many people that have gotten vaccinated and then feel ashamed when they start reading the science or finding out that maybe it wasn't the best decision. They feel ashamed to talk to other people and tell them that, oh my God, I'm vaccinated. I mean, you went on a retreat, and there were some people there that felt embarrassed to say that they were vaccinated because the majority of people at the retreat were not vaccinated. And so he felt like, oh, should I not say anything? I feel like I'm an outcast here. And again, when you're in your sovereignty, a person who has chosen to get vaccinated is not a threat to you. A person who chooses to wear 6 masks is not a threat to you. And so that's where you start looking at, where are my triggers? Why do I feel the need to control other people's decisions? Why do I feel the need to control how the media portrays something? Why do I need to listen to that? A lot of times I like to tell Danny, we could move to the middle of nowhere. We could live out here in the middle of nowhere on a farm with barely any internet. But if you wake up in the morning and check Facebook to see what people are thinking, you're going to continue. You might as well continue living in Brooklyn. Just stay in Brooklyn if that's what you're going to do, right?
And I want to get out of Brooklyn. I really do. I want to move. But for right now, I can't. We have a 10-year-old who's from my previous marriage. I can't move too far away. But we've chosen, instead of just to be like, I'm a victim, I'm divorced and I have a kid and I can't leave Brooklyn. We're choosing to make it an exercise in how is New York City going to try and take my sovereignty today, and what creative solutions can I come up with to maintain my frequency of sovereignty?
What did you call it? Sharpening your sovereignty sword?
Right. Yeah. Right. Friction, right? Iron sharpens iron. So that's what it is. It's kind of like the friction of sharpening a sword. Whenever the government or just the culture itself, with the pressure, the peer pressure or coercion from the state, that's a sharpening. And you have to get creative. You have to figure out ways. How am I going to exit and build? So we can't exit. So we have to come up with more creative solutions right now.
And the truth is,
and that makes us more embodied in our sovereignty.
yeah, and the truth is we live in a very progressive neighborhood, and Danny used to check the Facebook group a lot, our neighborhood Facebook group, and there's always somebody trying to call the police on a neighbor, somebody trying to let people know where to go get vaccinated. They have this many vaccines at this place. Run, go get them. Take your kids to go get vaccinated. And why aren't people wearing masks? And it's really interesting to go into the group and see what these people are saying. But I don't look at the group. And I have lived in that neighborhood for most of my life. And I go out without a mask, and I walk my dog, and I go grocery shopping, and I do the things that I need to do. And I have not once encountered a single person that has yelled at me, that has told me they're going to call the police on me, or done any of that. So to me, I believe that, yes, social media, I've worked in social media many years. I know how social media works, how the algorithms work. So obviously those voices are going to be amplified on social media. And we're going to believe that everybody thinks that way because that's what social media wants you to believe. When you recognize that that's what's happening, then you don't believe that the people that whose voices are being amplified on social media are really the majority, because they're not. The majority of people in our neighborhood seem to be just fine, living their lives pretty normally. And like I said, in the past 2 years, I have never encountered anybody that has yelled at me, that has told me I have to wear a mask, that has been aggressive towards me in any way, except if I go into the Facebook group and try to tell them that I'm not going to get vaccinated.
Yeah, you know, we also have a blog called Sovereign in the City. And actually, I don't know how if you guys know this, but John was in a reality show called Sovereign Living. Who knows this? Nobody. Oops. Giving away secrets here. Well, John inspired us to figure out how we could maintain our sovereignty in the city. And that's where a lot of this started.
So thank you, John.
You're an inspiration, not just to us, but to everybody here. Yeah, we are really, yes, a round of applause for John. For John and Derek for starting the Freedom Cells Network and the Greater Reset. We are really so happy to be a part of this. We love John and Derek. They are very dear friends to us. But not only that, we are so excited and proud to be on the same path and page with them. It really, they're a great support system, and we love to support them. And it's really just been a beautiful journey for the last, I don't know, 12 or so years, right?
All right.
How we doing on time?
Awesome.
Okay.
We thought we were going to keep going forever and ever.
I will keep talking forever
Usually
if you let me.
we like to ramble. But going back to daily practices, how do we embody our sovereignty? So morning practices, how do you start your day? What information are you choosing to take in? How are you talking to other people? Are you allowing other people's opinions affect how you live your life? Are you living your life in fear? Are you living your life in an empowered state? It's really interesting to see how things shift, right? We like to think that the changes happen from outside. Once we get the government squared away, then we'll finally be free. And we'll continue playing that game forever and ever and ever, because that's just the way life is, right? But when you start shifting things from within, it feels like things outside start shifting. And in some ways they do. Like we were saying right now, this whole COVID pandemic, once COVID started, we kind of felt a little bit weird saying that 2020 was the best year of our lives.
Yeah.
We had the best year of our lives. Everything shut down. We spent a lot more time in nature. We went out to the parks. We were already homeschooling. So the transition for us was very easy. We got a lot more people into homeschooling because we had already started doing it. And once parents started realizing how terrible the system was and what their children were actually learning when they went virtual, they were like, oh my God, my sister was like, I can't believe this is happening. My daughter's spending a whole week on one math problem. This doesn't make any sense. So we started, convincing and sharing. Well, we homeschool every day, maybe about 2 hours, and he's doing great. He loves it. There are some days where he'll sit and he'll read for hours. Other days he wants to work on science projects. Other days he wants to work on woodworking. And
He's 10 years old and he reads at a college level already. What? Thank God for the public school system for inspiring people to homeschool.
yeah.
Thank you for the contrast. Thank you for providing such crappy service that parents are like, when they finally saw it, her sister seeing the virtual classroom, being in the room while her kids are doing this virtual schooling and being like, this is school? Forget this. I could do a better job myself.
And she is.
And she pulled them out. And we've had a lot of people come to us who know that we homeschool and say, okay, how do we get started? Because this craziness of going to school 1 week or having to wear a mask all day, and then they send them home and it's back and forth. New York City is a mess with the school system.
So it really is about shifting the way you receive the information, right? When we start seeing, like Danny says, thank you, New York City school system, for being so horrible that there are so many more people that are willing to homeschool now. Thank you, government, for exposing the tyranny. It's like it's getting worse and worse and worse. And the more that happens, the more people are starting to question things and say, wait a minute, I don't really believe all of that. And that seems a little bit too much. That seems excessive.
I kind of want it to keep getting worse till everybody wakes up and then that's it. It's over. The show's over.
So we have that choice at that point to, again, be angry. And, recently, as a matter of fact, John shared on his Facebook, he shared a post about, I believe it was a poem, or it was a whole post where it was saying how society is like pushing a lot of us out. And the more we're unable to go to restaurants, we start having potlucks, we start having our own gatherings, we start having our own karaoke nights, and we start growing gardens and doing all of these beautiful things. And sometimes we get caught up in this idea of, I want to continue being part of society, but this society is not the society we want to be in.
Why are we fighting to stay a part of this culture that's toxic? That we all know is toxic, that we call out every day of our activist lives as being toxic. But
like
yet we're also protesting to stay in. Yeah, exactly.
So as we start seeing all of these things come up, we come up with greater solutions. And again, we have that clear mind of, I'm sovereign. So how do I embody that sovereignty instead of trying to convince somebody to give me that sovereignty?
Mm-hmm. Or to not stand in the way of my sovereignty.
Exactly.
I'm not waiting for you. I'm just going to embody my sovereignty. I'm not waiting for you to give me permission or get out of my way. I'm going to set boundaries when I need to. And I think that there's an important thing that I don't want to, we've talked about, don't pay attention to the news. You need to be informed about what's happening, right? Information gives you the ability to make a choice. If you don't know something's happening, you can't make a choice about it. But it's about consuming it in a conscious way, where you're setting boundaries, where you don't allow the energy of that to get into you, right? Where you don't allow the headlines of what these lunatics that run the government are doing put you in fear, or which then can metastasize into anger, right? And then your logic is out the window. Once you're off center emotionally, your rational thinking goes out the window, and then it gets harder to make good decisions. So it's not that we're saying don't pay attention to anything that's going on, ignore the world, and just get off the grid in that way. You do need to be aware, but in a very conscious way, how you process that information. And it's like, it's a new challenge. Vanessa likes to, our son loves Fortnite, and actually we play with him. I don't know who's familiar with the game Fortnite. Oh, it's a video game where
The parents in the room.
you make a team and you go into this world and you kind of do these challenges. And so that's kind of the way we like to look at it. Like, what challenge are they going to give us today? Oh, they're going to make Venmo report every transaction over $600. So now I got to figure out another way to keep my income off the grid so it's non-taxable. Well, I guess we got to go deeper into crypto or, whatever, barter, right? And so it makes us get more creative about expressing our sovereignty.
And, this is something that we've learned in our relationship as well. As we have sometimes disagreements, we have arguments. It's like, okay, what is this going to teach us? What is this opening up an opportunity for? And when you start looking at things that way, you're no longer bogged down by, oh my God, now what? Now what did they come up with? Now what's the new law? What's the new issue? Now it's like, oh, okay, so what are we going to do with this stuff? How is this going to lead us to a new, more creative solution, more exciting solution, more exciting opportunity to, like Danny said, the whole Venmo thing now opens up the door for him to talk to more people about crypto. And a lot of people don't want to report everything to the IRS in terms of their transactions. So this is a greater opportunity for people that might not have been willing before are going to be more willing now. So when we start looking at things that way, it becomes more exciting. It becomes fun. Mm-hmm. And we want to have fun.
Reframing is another great practical tip. Just reframe it. Look for how you can creatively solve the challenge. And I mean, that's been huge for us. Yeah. And she's really good at reframing. Me, not so much, but I'm learning.
Well, thank you very much.
We have a lot of gratitude for all of you. If you want to check out our website, it's sovereignlove.nyc. You can get our podcast about love, sex, and psychedelics. And we do a lot of other things too, so you can check that out. Thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate you.
All right, I lost the bet. He didn't cry. Unless I missed it.
I cried this morning in the meditation event that I was at 11 o'clock. I did cry. Where is she still here? Cynthia. Oh, she just stepped out. Cynthia did an amazing meditation this morning, and I bawled.
All right. Wow, what a great talk. Give it up one more time. Let's hear it. All righty. Okay, this isn't a message so much for here in Central Texas, but for folks that are also watching in person, I just want to remind everyone to, when someone is speaking on stage, let us direct our attention at those folks, not clamoring around in the back and causing problems and taking the attention away by having conversations. Not a message for you guys, message for someone else, elsewhere in Mexico. Sorry. All right. So, wow. The reframing thing, it's a challenge, but at the end of the day, we really do create our reality, and I've shared that with people many times, and a lot of people think it's all foo-foo and stuff, but it's like, you know what, whether it's metaphysical or practical or scientific, I don't care, because it works. And it's completely changed my life to take that sovereignty, to have a sovereign mindset where we're in control. We're the highest authority in our minds. Oftentimes people are carrying out a program. That's what I like to liken it to, programming, right? And we've been programmed since birth, from our parents, from our friends, from bullies, from the media. And a lot of people in our community, they have like this holier than thou thing where we know what's going on in the world. But oftentimes they're programmed by our truth television and media, right? And I just want to echo something they were saying earlier about compassion for others. You got to understand that part of this agenda is a divide and conquer thing. So I really want to encourage people to check themselves when they find themselves playing into that agenda. Because at the end of the day, we're all humans. We're all being victimized by this terrible trauma that's being inflicted on the world right now. And we get to choose how we show up in the world. A great exercise. I know you guys don't watch mainstream media. I don't think there's any Rachel Maddow fans in the room. Maybe some Tucker Carlson fans. I don't know. He speaks the truth a little bit occasionally, except when he went after Ron Paul people back in the day. Don't think I'll forget that, Tucker. We were doing this big money bomb, raising money, and he's like, money bomb, that sounds like terrorism. It's like, I see what's going on here. You work for John McCain? No. Anyway, but a good exercise is to turn on the mainstream media, listen to NPR perhaps, and you'll have a better understanding of why people are freaked the F out, because it's just nonstop, hardcore fear propaganda that's really putting people on edge. And a lot of folks don't have the critical thinking to research on their own. They just believe what they hear from the talking heads. And then Fauci comes out and they're like, oh, I love that guy. So just try to have a little compassion. At the end of the day, you're going to get a lot more with honey than vinegar. Is that the expression? I think so. So just slather honey all over yourself. Go hug folks that are trying to social distance. And just grab their masks, snap it back. You know, got to shake them out of their slumber. No, just love one another. Love one another. Okay, we have some sponsors that help to make this event possible. And we're going to play a short video ad for one of them that I'm very fond of. If you want to hide your money from the man, don't let the government know you're doing transactions. It'll be a great tool when the central bank digital currencies roll out. Let's go ahead and play that advertisement here.
There was a time when a pirate was free to make his own way in the world. That time is coming to an end. Navigating along the 7 seas and 4 corners of the earth for innovation and solutions that bring you true financial freedom. It's been 12 years in the making, perfecting the art of decentralization and privacy. In a world where privacy is a luxury of the past, where every transaction is being monitored by a centralized entity, and true anonymity seems like a fairy tale. Pirate Chain came to change the game, the first cryptocurrency to bring you the highest anon set ever. Unlike the rest of the virtual coins out there, where privacy is not a main feature. Pirate Chain's goal is to protect its users with the most sophisticated and most acclaimed privacy protocol in the world of cryptocurrencies. Are you going to get on this ship, or are you going to keep putting your financial freedom at risk? Visit us at pirate.black, because financial privacy today is freedom tomorrow.
All right, we're going to be hearing from Lutz. He's one of the captains in the Pirate Chain Armada. You're not getting my bounty, you silly Federal Reserve banks. So I am super excited to introduce our next speaker. I am very in awe of our next presenter. There's all sorts of crazy talk going on right now and all this crazy vaccine stuff going on. And, you know, a lot of folks that took I don't even like to call it a vaccine, right? The gene therapy shot or whatever you want to call it. Somebody came up with toxin. Let's call it a toxin. A lot of people that took the toxin, I feel frustrated because it's very difficult to make informed consent when most of the information is censored, right? And a little while back, there was this nonprofit that came out with this report on the disinformation dozen. I think one of them's in the audience today. I don't know if you saw her. I feel pretty special that I'm pals with some of these disinformation dozen. And I'll like interview one of them, and all of a sudden we don't even mention vaccines. The video disappears in the memory hole. It's like, what is it about what these people are saying that's so damn controversial and dangerous? Most of it's scientific reports, right? And studies and vaccine inserts and all that stuff. Well, the next presenter that we're going to hear from has dedicated a significant portion of her life to sharing wisdom and truth about natural health, but also information that so people can make informed consent about what's going on into their bodies. And she was sharing information about vaccines well before all this COVID-19 stuff, and she's been punished as a result of it. But like we mentioned earlier, you know, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And their censorship just ain't stopping the message from getting out. And so we are here to help that message get out at the Greater Reset Integration. And I'd like to present Erin Elizabeth of Health Nut News. Hi, Aaron. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Don. It's an honor to be here.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to let you take it away.
Thanks, guys. I just want to say, and I will speak, they reminded me because they know how quickly I can speak, but since we are translating into Spanish as well, I could try to speak both, do both languages, but I think it would be smart for me just to stick with English and let the translator do their part, who I'm very grateful for. I'm going to make sure I speak very clearly and slowly as I've been instructed. So that's tough for me because most of the time, for those of you who have followed me back before Facebook and Instagram and YouTube did away with my platforms completely, I do speak quickly. So but it's good. It's being mindful of these things, and it's important to remember those. So I want to say hello to all of you. And for those who followed me or didn't, I used to live in Mexico and was there for part of 2020 and 2021. I get confused now. And yeah, it's been about almost a year since I have traveled there. And hello to all my peeps in Texas. I'm actually broadcasting from Florida, and we are very grateful to be here in the Freedom State. I used to live in California, and almost 20 years ago, I made the decision to leave Southern California, and I had thought about moving to Mexico, actually. But it was a little more difficult at that time. So I chose Florida instead because I knew 20 years ago that I needed to get out of Southern California. And for the people who are in Southern California watching online, I feel for anyone in California, New York, or so many of those states where there is just so much tyranny going on. I mean, it's just, we have a tyrannical government and unprecedented time in the world going on. And John mentioned when he introduced me that I am one of this so-called disinformation dozen that has been called out by the media in close to 100 languages. And we have been on the front of the New York Times, the Washington Post, ABC, NBC, CBS, you name it. But I want you to know something that the 12 of us have really tried to make clear, and that is that there are more than 12. And I want you to remember that, because I know each and every one of you watching, whether you are online in English or Spanish or whatever the language may be, we know that that you too are getting the message out there to the masses. So while they say that we were spreading 65% or more, 73% of the information about vaccines to the masses around the world, I don't know if that's true or not. I really am doubtful that 12 of us shared that much, but it's not just us. There are millions and millions of people. And I think what they want to do is just to make it look as if it's just a handful of people, and it's a witch hunt really to target us. And shout out to any of the other 11, well, there's actually 13 in the group because they can't count. So shout out to any of the others listening, but also to all of you, because you all are part of that. There are more than 12. And that's a message that we have really, we've been seeking to get out there. And so, yeah, just to give you a little history on censorship, usually I'll be talking about maybe holistic doctor deaths when I'm lecturing in different parts of the country or online. And so it's a little more difficult because this particular topic of censorship, I'm actually talking about me, and that's difficult. I'd rather talk about a different subject and take the focus off me, but it's difficult not to mention myself and some of my awesome colleagues when discussing the particular subject of censorship. So John was right. He mentioned Imran Hamed, who is, I'm not sure he's lived in several countries, which country he's from originally. And they are basically a foreign political hate group funded by dark money that has come up with this alleged study, which is not published anywhere, not proven by anyone, disproven. Even Facebook denies it. And it was mainly about Facebook and maybe Instagram. And I don't know. Also, I guess supposedly other social media or online about 12 of us and how we were influencing the masses with what we feel is the truth. Hence the reason we have chosen to call ourselves the Information Dozen. But they have not just censored us, they have censored so many others, and parents out there and moms, dads, or people with no kids at all who just want to bring the truth to the people. And I'll tell you a little bit about what happened after they call themselves CCD Hate, like on Twitter. They literally are a hate group. They did come out with this unproven study, and then they targeted us. And the 12 of us have been removed from much of social media. So in May, I had my Facebook 16 pages removed with millions of followers. I mean, even our backup food page alone had over 600,000 followers. And so this was a good 7-figure audience of people that we were bringing the truth to for years. And not only that, but I had my personal page of 17 years with a nice 6-figure following there, but it almost felt like family. And there were a lot of family and friends on there. And they took my personal page as well. Thankfully, with most of the other 12, I don't know if they did that with any of the others, but that was very difficult because you have, 17 years on with my YouTube channel, but I think 16 years on Facebook. And I have all these years and years of relationships that I have made with different people, and not only family, but this network, this awesome network of people, which some may have included some of you, including our public pages, where it really wasn't so much about being able for me just to bring the message, or my tiny team of people spanning a couple nations, but really about our groups. We had groups with a good 6 figures worth of people on there, Health Freedom Group and Holistic Lives. And that was difficult because those people had been in those groups, some of them for upwards of a decade or more since groups started, maybe a dozen years. And they had been in those groups where they could find support, their support groups, and talk to one another about maybe their health challenges or things, and find like-minded people. And they took that all away, which was exactly their intent. So Facebook and Instagram really came down the hardest. And to give you an example, you may have seen that John Stossel, he was a network guy for years, but has really been speaking out about some of the just the total insanity that's going on in the world right now. And he actually sued Facebook. John Stossel with a mustache, he's been around forever on TV, and they were censoring him with their fact checkers. So in the court, or not, if it was in the courtroom, but in the documents, it may have been in the actual courtroom, Stossel had got Facebook to admit, which made national news, that the fact checkers is nothing but an opinion. Because some of these fact checkers, and I've listed them many times, actually are funded by even Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So basically, you have Bill Gates funding the fact checkers on Facebook and Instagram, for instance. And it may not seem, you may say you don't use those networks, but 1 billion plus people do. Maybe it's even, I'm not sure how many, hundreds and hundreds of millions. I think it's 1 billion. It is 1 billion plus. And so people don't understand, maybe it's billions, I don't know. People don't understand that how very influential that they are. And just the people before I heard speaking, who are awesome, by the way, we're talking about John's Facebook page. So it's great that he is still on there. So people do use it. And they are just systematically wanting to remove the truth tellers. And I think they targeted the 12 of us because it's easy just to take 12 or 13, really. They counted one couple as just one, they just were equal to one person, which was really, just typical of this hate group. So what they'll do is they would target us and then remove our social media. And they've done the same to so many other people, not just people who have worked or have a team of folks who work with them to bring the truth for decades, but also individuals, again, who are just parents and maybe a mom with a child who may have had a vaccine injury or whatever the case may be, and they want to silence us. And I think that's what really, we have to realize that's why we're so grateful for events like this, where we can bring the truth. And then I just to give you a quick history, almost done, on my birthday, which was the end of September, so not that many months ago, maybe 100 something days ago, they then banned Bobby Kennedy, me, Joe, Dr. Mercola, who is Joe, and Dr. Sherry Tenpenny on the same day on YouTube. And YouTube was rolling out a new policy, which they did admit basically that policy was so they could ban us. And preemptively, they took the 4 of the 12 of the 13, whatever this so-called disinformation dozen, and they banned us all at the same time, because this is a targeted witch hunt, even though I didn't have violations. So, and then I had a backup channel just days ago where I had for about maybe 16, 17 years, I think the same amount of time, where I would just put personal stuff. I didn't even talk about vaccines, and they took that as well. So we're just targeted here, even if there's no misinformation. And I appealed that, but nothing has happened, because you must understand that Google, that owns YouTube, Facebook, which owns Instagram, these big tech conglomerates are funded by pharmaceutical. And to add insult to injury, you may have seen where they had the congressional hearings that were televised to hundreds of millions of people, where the head of Facebook, and actually the head of Twitter, which I'm shockingly still on, and the head of Google, I mean, we're talking Mark Zuckerberg and, the Jack Dorsey and the Google guy, were all three basically put in front of the, I forget who was leading this, whether it was a Democrat or Republican. There are so many on both sides that are unfortunately into censorship, and on television is basically attacking them. Why haven't they done more to ban us and other people as well? And I think after that was when, there was just so much pressure, absolute pressure, along with the fact that if you look at any of those, especially Facebook or Instagram or YouTube, you will see drug ad after drug ad. And it is the same with television. And hopefully you've cut the cable, because there's not much honest, information you're going to get from the TV programming, as we call it. And in the United States and New Zealand, last I checked, those are the only 2 countries that actually allow pharmaceutical ads. And they didn't until the 90s. So prior to that, you wouldn't see these drug ads on TV where they say, and I won't go into the real quick voice of the guy at the end of the commercial where he said side effects may include, and then he lists a whole lot of things. And if you are in the US, or even if you're in Mexico and you travel to the US, or you are able to get stations like I know we could get when we were in Mexico from the US, you will see so many of those advertisements. And a lot of people don't understand. They'll say, I really think that's great that they have those ads, because you see all the side effects. But what they don't realize, the real detriment is that unfortunately, then those news stations are then funded by the pharmaceutical companies, who are then controlling what they say. And it's not just pharma, but it's big ag as well. So with the agricultural companies, you may have seen the thing even on Fox. I know John was talking about Tucker Carlson putting down Ron Paul, who I love Ron Paul and have for many years. But even Fox, they were dead. 2 independent broadcasters. I believe they were out of Florida, and they were doing, I'm still being mindful to talk slow for the translator. And I think it was Florida, but they ended up going to court in Florida, but it was for Fox News National. And I don't mean to just pick on Fox, because we can talk about CNN and the rest all day, but they had, unfortunately done this piece about the growth hormones that most of us grew up with in our milk. Now, slowly they're removing those growth hormones. And in the long story short, in the end, they wouldn't let the piece run. But when you're literally a channel or a network or any of these that are funded by other big ag, big tech, big pharma ads, you know they can't speak out against the dangers of 5G or electromagnetic frequencies when they're literally running all the 5G ads. And some of you may have actually seen in national news lately that the FAA and the head execs of the top airlines in the United States begged AT&T and Verizon to delay their 5G rollout because of the consequences and catastrophe. They said absolutely catastrophic results that could happen because of the planes flying. And amidst all this, my mom just left yesterday. She was visiting for several weeks with us down here and went back to Chicago. This was happening while she was here. And that is scary. And we're trying to get her to move to Florida since my dad passed just before COVID, and want to get her down to the Freedom State out of Illinois. But when you see these kind of things on even your MSM, your mainstream media, then you know I've learned to abbreviate, since now I have all my other platforms taken away from me. I will use Twitter because I can reach an audience there of still mainstream people. Now, I will, of course, use alternative social media platforms, and I'm on all of those, but I haven't really tried to go. I tried once to go back on Facebook, built many tens of thousands of followers, or Instagram, and then they just took it down again because I was banned permanently. And even my URL, Health Nut News, was banned permanently as well. So it is difficult, again, to talk about my own story, but I like to use it as an example so you can see the level of censorship they are doing, not just to me, not just to the so-called disinformation dozen that you can look up all over the news with negative articles about us, but about all of us, because we are more than 12. And I think it is so important, like John said, you may not be able to go up and hug somebody, but if you can get the message out to the people, even if it's maybe you, I mean, at this point, because the censorship is so unreal, it is so unreal that you can have some things printed out to give to your neighbor, give to a friend, send them to a website, wherever, the truth is still not being censored yet, and bring them the truth, because it's important that we educate people. And what I see happening, because I'm unvaccinated, is I have people on my own page that are just joining and saying, hey, I got the first vaccine, or I got the second, but I'm not getting any boosters. I'm not getting any more. And for me, they said, I'm done. I'm so done. And I think with Omicron, whatever your beliefs are, if you believe there are variants or whatever, now they see that it's more mild, that people realize that locking down not only our nation, but all our nations, so Mexico, the US, and all nations really around the world, just about, that this isn't working and destroying our economy. And did you know today, for those of you, I know this is not exactly like the most happy, uplifting, although we're going to get there, and I don't even know timer that we have going on. So let's see, I'll watch on the time, but I think because the time got switched for me a little bit, so I have to watch my time here. But today, this is kind of a sad note, but we're gonna get to a happy one. So we have the voice of Charlie Brown. And for those of you, I think everybody remembers Charlie Brown and the Peanuts Gallery, right? I mean, there's probably not anybody listening. I would imagine even in the country I love so much, Mexico, and have spent so much time there on both coasts and all through the country, that haven't heard of Charlie Brown. But I think today it was announced that the voice of Charlie Brown that we listened to for so many years was to me a cartoon that I loved, especially at Christmas time with their music, and grew up with as a kid, died by suicide. Since I know people don't like that committed phrase anymore, but it's really just, to me, a sign of the times, what is happening, that we have to wake up and get other people to wake up, because I think some have been stuck in front of that television programming for about 2 years, coming up on 2 years now, since the beginning of 2020. And they really are just asleep at the wheel and have been programmed. They have drunk the Kool-Aid. They are taking their drugs and just listening to their doctors kind of drone on and on like that peanut gallery, the teacher voice that was rah, rah, rah. And so it's time for us to wake up. And I think that people are beginning to all around the world. And they're just like, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. And that's what we have to get to. But we, I understand that people want to hear their news, and I'm just checking on here. We cannot trust the mainstream media. So the sources of news that John is going to give you, and that you're going to hear out there from friends who really know the truth, are where you're going to want to go, because all mainstream are funded by entities who do not have you or me in their best interest. And we must remember that. Now, I was going to do a slideshow. I am used to speaking to large numbers of people and usually doing a slideshow, but I decided, since it was virtual, I was doing virtual this year, I think that it would be better not to try to do slides and everything unless I were standing there in front of you, which I really wish I could be in either Texas or Mexico. But there are a couple other things that I want to tell you about. And I think the most important thing right now, I don't need notes or anything to say this, but that I know a lot of people have probably issues like I have seen for the first time ever in all the years I've been on this planet, with my own family divided because of their beliefs. It's getting better, but especially, like at the beginning, because of on vaccines. Honestly, it's on vaccines, or, and everybody says it's political, but it really boils down to, I think, either the vaccines or would be whether it's masking. It's just the whole thing. And I think that we can't change the minds of our family members. I think it's, you could lose a friendship or relationship, or you may have people like I do I've had family members who have literally said, I love you. Had a letter from one of them who I've been close with my entire life since I was born, a kid. And they said, I love you so much. And I really can't wait for you to come visit us again. They live in the mountains, beautiful place. But they said, you know what, you and other members, thank God I'm not alone. I've got other family members, including I have family members who work with me as well. So we're like a family. Health Net News is a little family team. And but that particular family said to us, family members, we can't wait to see you once you get your vaccine. Then you can see us again. As soon as you get that, then you're going to be allowed to see us again. So, but I just think they're so programmed, and we have seen the same thing happen, whether it's Fauci, or any of them. They keep moving the goalposts. So unfortunately, those family members, I think everything in the US and other countries as well can become very extreme. And we're already so divided, especially in the US. And I'm sure people are seeing it, which I saw in Mexico as well. And really saw in Southern California. I'd gone to Baja, to the Northern Peninsula, and Baja just south of San Diego. And actually, I would say seeing some of the, like Tijuana or some of the cities south of there, they were better than San Diego, where I was in line at the airport at San Diego, and they had the little 6 foot, at this time, they had this was almost a year ago, the 6 foot long surfboards. And they said, you need to stay 6 feet. And some guy in front of me, I guess I stepped on the edge of the surfboard. I'm healthy. And the guy in front of me, who was probably like 25 at most, has a mask. Then he's got a face shield. Then he has, I don't know, gloves and some other crazy stuff. And maybe he had 3 masks and a face shield. I don't know, but it was insane. And he said, you stepped on the edge. I think you're less than 6 feet away. So there may be no changing some of those people's minds who are just too far gone and have really been programmed. But I think there are those who are waking up and may ask you for information, and you can quietly, maybe it's not something you discuss, like you didn't discuss it, maybe Christmas dinner at the table or, Thanksgiving, but you can always just quietly send someone a website, like a family member or a neighbor, and say, hey, I just want you to see this if you want to take a look, or give them a book. Now, I know we've missed the holidays already, but it doesn't have to be a holiday to give somebody a book that where, you know, you'll see some of the top ones where they're telling the truth right now. We had CNN, you know, in our, basically in the town that we live in Florida, you know, and other national news networks who have either followed us around or just really pushed. I know I can only speak for myself, but they pushed me to do interviews on TV. But you know what's going to happen is with those interviews is they'll interview you sometimes for 4 or 6 hours and take 3 minutes of your worst 3 minutes and put it all together and broadcast that. So that's why you just can't believe what mainstream is telling you. And I may be preaching to the choir, but I think what we need to do is to have hope and to see that people are starting to wake up and just educate others in a very gentle manner. And it would be great to go up and pull up on those face masks and let them snap back. But instead, what may be more effective is, and I know John was joking anyway, but that we really, you know, reach out and give people the information that they need and help wake others up. And I think that it is important with people talking about crypto, of course, is important. And we do a lot of off the grid workshops, as John has done too, and promoting his. And I think that that's going to be one of the most important things coming up. They keep speaking about shortages and whether that will happen or not. We've already seen it with some things, obviously. The more you can be off the grid together, the better. The more you can be self-sufficient, the better. The more you can grow more of your own food. I mean, I'm on a couple acres here, and the more that you can not rely on the, you know, all the companies that we've all relied on if you can really be off the grid, that's the best way to go. And if you can even be mobile, if need be, that's important too. But you never want to be scared. I think it's just important to be prepared. And that you find like-minded people just like you that are going to, that get it. And, or in this case with the vaccine, it might be that they don't get it. So, but I admittedly was probably a little judgmental because it took me a while to grow as a person and realize, you know what, there are people who've even chosen to get vaccinated, but still are speaking out against mandates, or people who are really coming forward now, which is shocking, but it's great, and saying, you know what, I got those first shots, but I'm not getting any more. And they want information and they're waking up, and that the tides will turn. And another thing I'll tell you, not only will the tides turn, but the talk about the pendulum that we have in, that's just the pendulum, and it's swung very hard one way. So is swaying a word? I don't know. It's swung very hard one way, but it's coming back the other way. And I think it's coming back pretty fiercely. And that we're living in a wild, crazy time where it's difficult for, I think, everybody. One thing everybody can agree on is it hasn't been fun. Nobody's enjoying it except maybe Bill Gates. Maybe he's the only one really, truly enjoying it. I mean, even Biden's up there just like a puppet, calling the dozen of us killers on television to millions of people. But I think Gates is probably the only one really enjoying it and truly benefiting, and a couple of the elitists. But I think otherwise, just your people, your friends, family in Mexico, the US, or other countries, it's really not fun. But we know that the tides are turning and that we can wake the people up, and that sometimes it takes, I've never said this yet within these almost 2 years, but sometimes does it take something so terrible to then, I mean, now they just had an article today, and I do read national and international news, and I read between the lines, but they said because of the skepticism of the COVID vaccine, now it's causing more of a bit of a revolution of people questioning all vaccines. And oh my gosh, how terrible and frightening that is. But I think that's I think it's a great thing. So don't be afraid to speak out. I don't think starting something at the dinner table, maybe with some, in-laws, is a good idea, but to send people the information and to keep hope. And know that I have hope in humanity that they're going to wake up and see the light. It's just going to take a little time. So that's what I want you guys to know today. and I'm watching my time here. I'm used to, and obviously in person, that I have a little counter in front, but yeah, that's really the message that I want to give to you today. And I'm so grateful for all the speakers, and shout out to, again, any of the 12 who are there. And trying to think of any other messages that I want to tell you all. And let's see, someone said, if God be for us, who can be against us? Yeah, and to keep the faith. You know, I've seen people, and I've had discussions with family members who are faith-based, whatever their faith may be. There are many religions out there, as we all know. And sometimes that's an actual way that I've been able to reach them. Because when they really think about it, if we're talking about, then they realize that this Fauci and Gates are really not good people and do not have us in their best interest. And it just takes a while, because we have mainstream news that would love to tell them. I don't know if you've seen, even was not Billy Graham, but his kid or whatever, one of his kids said that Jesus would get the vaccine. I think that's right. I know that it said something about masks, but would wear a vaccine. And I don't know if you saw that one of Billy Graham's granddaughter, quite young, just had, I think, several massive heart attacks. And we hope and pray she'll be okay. But again, how often, every day, do we see people who have been vaccinated, and including celebrity after celebrity after celebrity, then that they die? I mean, it was only days that Bob Saget, the Full House guy, had his booster, talked about it on TV, and then dropped dead in a hotel room just minutes away here in Central Florida. And they still have not listed a cause of death. So we're going to see that, even though they won't talk about that. They won't say, gosh, she just had a booster, and wow, everybody's in absolute shock. And you're probably going to see that with maybe even people you know. I hope not. But just keep the faith and be strong and love one another, as John said, which is so important. And there's just, I think when they had the DC mandate rally, they played "What kills you, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger," and that's true. So love you guys, and keep the faith. And it's an honor for me to be here. A little lost without without a slideshow, because it makes me remember what I'm going to do. But I love each and every one of you, and wish I could be there with you today, and hope that all of you are having a beautiful day and stay safe. Love you, and see you next time. It's Erin Elizabeth. All my info can be found at healthnetnews.com.
Hey, thank you so much, Erin. Woo! Give her a round of applause. Woo! All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us here with the Greater Reset. We appreciate all the work you do, and you had some great words of wisdom to share. And I always notice, like, all these scary disinformation people that should be banned, they're always like the sweetest, most gentle souls. And like, it's not even pushy or extreme or anything. It's just like, we should question things, we should think for ourselves. Oh, no, you can't do that. No. Okay. So I want to thank everybody again for being here. I want to shout out to the folks down in Mexico. Shout out to the folks doing the activation hubs here in Central Texas, activation hubs all over the world. Give it up for Mexico, Mexico, Mexico. Yeah, give it up, freedom, libertad. There's an expression in Mexico, and I learned about it for the first time with the indigenous community down in the mountains of Chiapas, the Zapatistas. And they rose up against the federal government. There was a couple little skirmishes, not even a whole lot of violence. They just one day said, basta ya, which means enough is enough. They just had enough. They said, basta ya. No, we're done. Right? So why don't we all say that together? Let's pull the Mexico audience back up if we can. And let's all together across the entire continent and the entire globe. We're going to go 3, 2, 1. We're all going to say basta ya as loud and powerful as we can. Okay? 3, 2, 1. Basta ya! Woo! All right. That was nice. Really, that's what we're trying to do with the Freedom Cell Network. I want to shout out the Freedom Cell Network again. You can join us at freedomcells.org. We're very active on Telegram as well. And we are doing a fundraiser right now to try to raise $30,000 because there's 30,000 Freedom Cell members. This was something, it was just an idea. I'd been thinking like, wow, there's all these voluntarists and people that really care about freedom. But at the same time, we're all still subservient to the government. It's like, yeah, we get anarchism and that we ought to be free and that we shouldn't have this arbitrary ruler ruling over us. Yet most, if not all of us, except for Derek Bros, we're still serving the man. I mean, I still file my 1040 and by God, I really do not like it, right? But I'm going to reframe that because I'm successful now. I have the money to file taxes and pay the man. No, that's a hard one to reframe. Can't even do that. Anyway, and so I was thinking, like, what is it? All these people understand freedom. They desire freedom, but we're not living free. What's the missing element? So it's like, let's go bang our head on the wall at the state capitol. Let's go march and protest and yell at buildings. Give it up for yelling at buildings. Wow, so effective. Changes so many things, right? And I realized, okay, the missing element is strength in numbers. Strength in numbers. Because if one person stands up, like at Ruby Ridge or something, you know, it makes it difficult to be free and to be peaceful and to stay free and not to be put in a cage, right? But if 30,000 people stand up, or 300,000, or 3 million eventually when we reach that number, it's a lot harder to put us down. And that's what the Freedom Cell Network is all about. And so that was an idea, just came out in 2014, had very slow beginnings. There's like one little cadre. It was me and my friends, and then it fell apart due to infighting. And then, thank God, the idea resonated with Derek Bros, and he spread it and turned it into an actual network. And before all the COVID-19 pandemic stuff, there was only 1,000 people. Now there's 30,000. That happened in like 16 months. And a lot of it had to do with this website that allowed people to put themselves on a map, to connect with other groups, to host organized meetings. So we're super excited to grow that website. It needs some work, but it's a wonderful tool and it's a wonderful thing that we can utilize in order to connect with one another. So we're doing this fundraiser for $30,000. That money will be very well spent. We're very conservative with the budget around these parts, unlike the federal government. But you can see if you go to thegreaterreset.org, thegreaterreset.org, there's a little widget there on the sidebar. I think we've already made like $765. Come on. I want to thank everybody that's contributed. I think we could do better than that, though, right? So I'm going to invite everyone in this room here, everyone in the room in Mexico, and everyone watching to contribute, because I guarantee this money is going to go way further, and you're going to get much more benefit out of it than when you send your check to the Department of Treasury. And maybe if we work hard enough and grow the network big enough, one day you won't have to. You don't have to now, actually, at the end of the day, but you may put yourself a little bit at risk. Anyway, so that's what's going on right now. All right, we're going to bring up our next guest here in a second, but before I do that, I want to shout out one of our sponsors. Super excited about this one. And here in just one moment, I'd like to bring up a website. So I'll cue you up when to throw that up there. So what I have in my hands here right now is called Delta 8 THC. All right. These are blueberry gummies. They have Delta 8 THC. What the heck is Delta 8 THC? Well, it's like Delta 9 THC, which is the weed we all grew up with back in the day. And I see some of you out there with smoking doobies, listening to the Rolling Stones, driving an old Ford Mustang. All right. This is what came to mind. But Delta 9 THC, it's illegal in many places, or it's highly regulated. Here in the great state of Texas, nobody really even cares nowadays. But anyway, so Delta 8 THC, it's similar to Delta 9 THC, but instead of coming from a normal cannabis plant that has all the Delta 9 THC, it comes from a hemp plant. That's really the key difference. It's extracted from a hemp plant, which makes it legal. It's a loophole. I love loopholes. Who loves loopholes? Yeah. So some really smart entrepreneurs and scientists exploited this loophole, and they brought us Delta 8 THC. So unlike Delta 9 THC, it doesn't get you as high, although it still does. I'm not going to take one here on stage because it makes me a little bit goofy, but I take a little slither at the end of the day usually, and it helps to take the edge off. It also helps with chronic pain, relaxation, and if you take a whole gummy, if you're like me, I really don't do that because I get all paranoid and weird. I'm like, is everybody judging me? Am I being weird right now? And I got to tell myself, no, you're cool. You're cool. You're a cool guy. People like you. You're not being weird. That's what happens. But that's when I take a whole one. I usually take a slither. But I know there's some stoners out in the audience that are like, I want to try the whole damn thing. Anyway, so I have this company called Brave Botanicals, and I can't accept credit card. I can accept cryptocurrency. I can accept e-check, electronic check. And I had my Facebook advertising account pulled down. I've had YouTube videos pulled down. In fact, one of the strikes that killed the Conscious Resistance Network YouTube channel was a Kratom video. So I'm sorry, Derek. Appreciate you allowing me to post my videos on your channel. That's not really what killed it. I mean, it was all his subversive content. But I had to figure out creative ways to overcome this blackout. And I decided, hey, why don't I just give away the weed for free? So that's what I'm doing. If you go to freed8gummies.com, freed8gummies.com, you can get 5 free Delta 8 gummies. All you got to do is pay $5 shipping and handling. We'll send it to you. So I want people to try it. I like to subvert the government. It's natural, feels good, and it'll help us get through these stressful times. All right, freed8gummies.com. That's freed8gummies.com. So there's the website right there. All you got to do is just pay $5 shipping and handling. We'll hook you up. It's one of the sponsors of the events, and some of the money that we make will go help support this movement. Okay, our next presenter, he doesn't need much of an introduction. I just want to share that I'm in awe of the guy, and we're colleagues, but whenever I sit down to hear him talk, it just gets me excited and motivated, and I feel more, I'm usually a passionate guy already, but he just gets me really jacked up because his message is so on point, and more so than just his message, because it's easy to share a message. It's the activism that he does. He's a tireless activist for truth and freedom. He's got a huge heart, a huge soul, and I think that he's really selfless, which is rare these days. He really does genuinely care about those around him in his community. And not only that, he's really focused big picture wise on what life will be like for the 7 generations to come. So without further ado, let's all give it up for Derek Bros, ladies and gentlemen.
Whoa. Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Am I coming through? Man, I'm so bright now. Now I kind of look, I don't know, this is a little scary. All right. How's everybody doing?
Okay, so which talk do you want to hear? The talk that I put on the website or the talk that I'm feeling right now after a very frustrating day? Do I need to, I'm way too loud, right? Bring this down. Is that right? Bring it down. Okay. Down. Down. Good? Better? Okay. All right. So the talk that I said I would say, or just what the heck is on my mind right now? All right. Thank you, John, and everybody in Texas for all the work you guys are doing out there. And thank you to Aaron and to all of our speakers who are streaming in. Yeah, it's been a frustrating day getting this thing going, but we're very thankful for all of you. And I'm just going to kind of incorporate some of the feelings into my message and talk tonight. And I really do hope that if you're not interested in what I have to say, that you will walk out of the room and take your conversation So my talk was going to be focused on, and it's still, we'll get there, but we're going to take a longer route. My talk was going to be focused on the importance of creating the alternative, the counter job market. Has anybody lost their job in the last year because of not submitting to mandates, shots, or tests? Many people here. When Miriam and I toured the US in September and October, we visited 29 cities, and we heard from people all over the country who said they had already lost their jobs or they were at risk of losing their jobs because of mandates of different types. So I realize there's a huge need in the market right now. How many of you started to hear the words parallel society in the last year? Alternative structures, parallel structures, right? There's been some really good videos out there explaining about
this idea, which is wonderful because as John was saying a few moments ago, the entire purpose, if you haven't grasped it yet, the reason we're building this Freedom Cell network of free people around the world is because we believe we are eventually going to get to a time and a place when we can tell them, no, we're going to do our own thing and you can't stop us. That's what we're working towards. That is honestly what we're ultimately working for. And it's not a dangerous idea. It's just the beautiful idea that we should all be free and capable of organizing our own lives and collaborating and cooperating together and building beautiful things. So in order for us to get there, we're going to have alternatives to everything that we are in some ways enslaved to at the moment. That includes the banking system, that includes the food production system, the mainstream grocery system. You guys have been hearing the talk, right, in different places that certain countries are starting to ban people from even the grocery stores if they haven't got the shots. And if you're dependent on those grocery stores, how are you going to feed your family if that happens? What if your boss says you can't come back to work, right? These are questions that I've been posing and asking the audience for the last year now, really trying to get people to think concretely about what steps we're going to take. You know, for us, me and Miriam, that meant moving to Mexico so we could find land and build the community that we think is necessary and be an example and work with other people who are on a similar path. Some of you have left your home country, moved to a different city, different state, quit jobs, lost friends and family. Anybody lost friends and family because you're just choices? Or at least maybe not on speaking terms at the moment? Yeah, it's been a rough time for a lot of people. And in order for us to get through this next decade, which the United Nations and the World Economic Forum call the Decade of Transformation, they announced it last year, of course, 2021, when we started our event, the Great Reset, this idea to reset the world, you will own nothing and be happy and all that. They also talk about plans known as the 2030 Agenda. Many of you have heard of that. And I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it's 2022 and things have started. They have a vision of using the next 9 years, 8 to 9 years, of transforming the entire world by remaking the systems. And COVID conveniently gives these people the excuse to do that and the opportunity to do that. Many of you know this. That's why you're here. So we're either going to sit by silently and passively and allow ourselves to be swept up into their vision and their dreams of the next 10 years, or we're going to say no thank you and we're going to start building something else ourselves. I mean, that's it. If I want to just emphasize this point really heavily, and this goes for those who live in Mexico, the US, Canada, anyone watching at home, anywhere in the world. The politicians are not going to save you. I don't even think the lawsuits are going to save you. And I wouldn't count on the courts. In the US, there was a recent good decision from the Supreme Court. They shot down one of the mandates, but ultimately, what happens when they side on the side of the mandates? Are you going to listen then? Oh, well, I guess the Supreme Court said so. Ultimately, we have to stand up, because I don't care what courts they say, what mandates they make. I know what's best for me, my body, and my loved ones, and there's nothing they can do to convince me to do what they want, right? And many of you feel that strongly as well. So that leaves us with a few options. Again, be apathetic, passive, and fail the coming 7 generations by choosing not to act. Fail our ancestors who worked so hard to get us here, and let all that disappear and pass away because these people want to take control. That's one option. I call that apathy is death, because that's what it is. Another option, some people choose violence. They think, you know, the answer is insurrection. We need to go attack the White House or do whatever. I mean, you know, that's a whole other thing. But some people think violence is the answer, is my point. And I think many of us recognize that is not the answer. I don't know about you guys, but for me, being what I call a holistic anarchist, it means simply that I recognize that you are all free, powerful, beautiful people capable of making your own decisions. And it's wrong, immoral, unethical, you know, impractical for me to use violence against you to try to force you to live the way I want. I might not like the way you dress, what you eat, the people you date, etc., but I have no right to use force upon you to try to make you live the way I want. And for me, that also applies to government. If it's not right for me to do it, then it's also wrong if I go vote for somebody else to force you to do it, right? Is that something we're all coming to grips with or understanding? Does that make sense to everybody here, or most of you? Maybe it's a new idea to some of you. I encourage you to think deeper about that. So if you believe in that principle, which is sometimes called the non-aggression principle, I also call it sovereignty of the individual. If you believe in that idea, then you know that even though we know what these people are doing is wrong, we would be in the wrong to try to force our way on society, to say, no, what we need to do is take over. Because we all know what's better for everybody, right? How many times has that worked out through history? The cycle continues. What's the word? Revolution, that root word, revolving, going in circles, going in circles. We're trying to get out of that cycle. Some call it samsara, the cycle of life and death. The point is we want to get out of this cycle, going in circles, right? And for me, that means rejecting apathy, rejecting violence. I include politics in that as well. And what are other options? Some people would say that's it. If we don't vote, if we're not going out in the streets and trying to fight cops or trying to take it over and make it our thing, our machine, then what are we doing? Again, you could choose apathy, but I don't think you came here because you're apathetic. I don't think you would have wasted your time and energy to come here if you were apathetic, right? This is the crowd and those of you at home who are here for solutions. Am I right? You're here for solutions. Okay. Let's list some solutions, because if we eliminate those other options, we're left with a few other paths we can take. The first one I want to briefly mention, and this works no matter whether you speak English or Spanish, but getting comfortable with the word no. Say it with me. No! No! Say it to Texas. No! Say it at home. No! Why is that important? If things continue in this direction, at some point you will have to say no. You know what that no means to me? No, you cannot come into our community and take this child because their parents didn't vaccinate. No, you can't come in here and steal this person because they didn't pay your taxes. No, you can't come take this person because you don't like their religion or their beliefs, their political beliefs. Those are the kind of things I believe will become necessary to say no to. Because we can see what's happening in the places where, even in places like Australia and parts of Europe where there are mass protests, it's not stopping what's going on. The mandatory vaccinations are still coming in Austria. There's mandatory vaccinations in Greece for 60 and older, 50 and over in Italy. Like this is going to be the battle of 2022. Mandatory vaccinations are beginning, and the passports are rolling out in different ways. Even in parts of Mexico, there's parts where you can see them trying to creep it in on the edges. This is what we are going to face. We're at the very beginning of this year, my friends. We have a lot that is coming for us in 2022. A lot of beautiful things, but we shouldn't turn our back on the realities that are in front of us as well. If you follow my work, you know that I call it the conscious resistance. My website's theconsciousresistance.com. I'd appreciate it if all of you pulled out your phones and went and bookmarked that website and checked it once a week so you could stay tuned to what I'm trying to share, the kinds of ideas that I'm sharing tonight. That concept, the conscious resistance, to me, when I use that term, or what I sometimes call holistic activism or holistic anarchism, it simply means the recognition, the realization, when you come to the understanding that the struggle for a more free, ethical, and just world will not come from only confronting the government or the corporations. But there's an equally important aspect of it, and that is that battle against your own internal tyrant, your doubts, fears, insecurities, and limiting beliefs. This is a spiritual war as much as it is a physical one. Has everyone come to recognize that as well? Are you guys? So we have to work on healing within just as much as healing the outside of the world and trying to build better systems. So the first solution, getting comfortable with saying no, and recognizing why that's important. Have that courage. We're standing with you, wherever you're listening from. I know we're going to have friends and family who are in Australia, who are in Canada right now, who are in Austria, maybe facing vaccinations in a few weeks. We are with you. We stand with you. Don't we stand with them? You are not alone. You are not alone. Say it with me. We are not alone. We are not alone. I know it, that this is the challenge we were born for. Anybody else felt the last year like, this is why I'm here? I know this is why I'm here on this planet, for this time, right now, for this moment, to be here with you guys, to be connecting with you, to try to understand each other better, to try to help each other heal so that we can evolve past this need to dominate. Because the thing is, I even tried to empathize with the James Bond villain Klaus Schwab himself. Because I guarantee you, Klaus Schwab is somebody's dear old grandpa. And they love him every time they see him, and they run up and they give him a hug. And that is assuming these people are human. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? But my point is, even the Henry Kissingers of the world, and the Joe Bidens, and the George Bushes, and all these various other criminal people, the Jeffrey Epsteins, again, unless they're not human, they are like us, and that's difficult for many of us to accept. We want to turn them into something that can't be a part of us. But look deep, and you'll see it within yourself too. And if you were given the opportunity to be in these positions, maybe even I would turn into a tyrant. That's why I don't seek power, because I know that it corrupts humans. And there's something here that can happen to each of us, even the most well-intentioned people. They believe what they're doing is good. And these people, I do believe they fit the clinical definition of psychopaths, in the sense of not being able to empathize and feel kind of that connection to other humans. I think there's something that has gone wrong. But the point is, if you take them for their word, they believe they are making a better world. It just involves forcing all of us to go along with it, whether we like it or not, right? So as difficult as that might be, I do think that even those folks are a symptom of the fact that humanity needs to heal. Think about this. If it wasn't for them, then there wouldn't be any books for us to read to wake up to. There wouldn't be any documentaries or YouTube videos about these people so that you could have your awakening. We need them and they need us. I don't claim to understand it. I just see it, and I try to take my empathy to that level, because the world needs that much healing. Even they need healing, probably more than anybody else, right? So I just sit with that idea. Getting comfortable with saying no, focusing on your inner healing journey as well as recognizing other people's journey. Along with that, another solution, this is where I was getting into the idea of the job market. Many of you have maybe seen my book, How to Opt Out of the Technocratic State. Has anybody read that or checked it out? It's all about what we're talking about here. The idea of, if you've heard the term exit and build, anybody heard that lately? That's from my book. That's a strategy from the book, and all it is about is opting out of systems that do not align with our values and our principles, right? That's why many of you are here, because maybe in 2020, you're like, yeah, the banks are bad, but it's convenient. Now you're thinking, what if they tie vaccine status to my bank account? Maybe I need to start thinking about alternatives, right? You are being forced to consider alternatives because they are getting more and more oppressive. And the thing is, there's more than a few people who predicted this was going to happen. One of those people who predicted that is a man named Samuel Konkin III. A lot of my work has been heavily inspired by him. He died in 2004. Pretty much the whole philosophy of the Freedom Cell Network and everything that we're trying to share with you guys comes from his ideas. What he saw when he was writing in the 60s and 70s as a student, and again, he rejected violence, he rejected apathy, politics, and he asked himself, what else is there? How do we get to a more free place if we don't vote, if we're not going to go violently take over? And what he realized, the answer is to compete with the system directly. Don't go try to beg them, like, please accept us back to your institutions. No, they've shown their cards. They don't want us. They're trying to push us to the edges. Well, let's go to the edges and build something better. Let's just build the next stage of humanity, right? This is something that many of us have been already thinking was necessary, but unfortunately, we're humans. We are creatures of habit, and a lot of people were comfortable before March 2020. Again, even if you knew about a lot of these scary topics, you were probably still feeling pretty comfortable. Like, yeah, New World Order, whatever, that's kind of off in the distance. Like, it's just some fun YouTube videos I watch, no big deal. And then all of a sudden, COVID happens. And a lot of people woke up. And we, as John mentioned earlier, we saw exponential growth in the Freedom Cell Network. We went from 1,000 people to 30,000 people and more organizing elsewhere because people were motivated towards solutions, but out of fear. What I'm asking you to do is to let go of that fear, accept that it's a reality, but let go of it and now act from a place of empowerment. This is not a problem, it's a solution. They're showing their cards. Rather than you still having faith in these institutions, I would rather you guys recognize they do not care about us. They don't care about us. They don't care about us. We have to government and the economy of humanity, the counter called the
Okay. All right, man. So I checked and it looked like there were some internet issues down in Mexico. So the stream is still going. And give it up for Derek Bros. Man, that guy's. There was a comment that came in, and the guy said, "This guy is a confirmation of my thoughts and shares. He is imagining truth to power." Wow. And so hopefully they'll be able to bring him back here in a second, but you guys know I can talk. So I think it's real. I'll just riff on what he was saying a little bit. And it's really important because we had some speakers earlier today that were really emphasizing, excuse me, down in front, if we could get the attention up here on the stage. Thank you so much. We had some speakers earlier today that were talking about reframing and mindset, right? And whenever we come at things from a place of resistance or a place of fear, we have a tendency to manifest more of that in our lives. And what Derek was sharing, and it was getting really heavy, I could even hear in the room, I was like, yeah, let's go. But what he was saying is like, let's come at this activism and the work that we're doing in the world from a place of empowerment. Like, this is our birthright to be free, sovereign, beautiful human beings, right? And when we come at things from a place of fear, it's just the wrong energy and frequency that we're resonating with. And I like to give this example. I give it all the time. You know, I'm a big firm believer in the law of attraction. Call it what you will, right? It's an idea as old as time. It's an energy, a phenomenon as old as time. And, you know, when it comes to this whole mask phenomenon, there's folks that are against the masks, but they come at it with this anger and like they feel like they're being controlled. And so the energy that you have and the attitude that you have really creates your reality and attracts like energy and like attitudes. So if you go into a grocery store and the store requires masks and you walk into the store and you're like, oh, I dare them to say something to me. I'm going to see one of these crazy liberals. I can't wait to give them a piece of my mind. I'm going to just unload on them. And so they walk in with the furrowed eyebrow like this. And they're like, and then people see him and they're like, who the hell is this asshole? And why isn't he wearing a mask? More than the mask, he just looks like an asshole. Hey, asshole, you know. You kind of attract that energy. Some people want that energy. I don't know. They're probably just playing out some kind of cycle in their life, most likely like abuse from their parents or something. And so if you contrast that with my strategy, which is to walk into the grocery store just smiling, pearly whites, like, hey, comment on the weather. It's beautiful weather outside. Oh, nice blouse. Wow, the color just really brings out the beauty in your eyes. You're smiling and stuff. And they're like, what's that guy smoking? I want some of that. I should take my mask off. Breathe a little. Live a little. You know, just the same, back in the day, I used to be a police accountability activist, right? Which is weird because sometimes I challenge this whole anti-racist thing. And they're like, you don't like black people. It's like, no, man, I'm not racist. In fact, I hear people that say, like, all children are racist. It's just in their blood. I'm like, not my kids. They don't, your kids got white robes or something? Anyway, I digress. That just popped in my head because I would be like, man, we were standing up for marginalized communities even before Black Lives Matter. Here in Austin, they would like kill young black youth in the east side of town and stuff. And we would go protest and march. And we even handed out 100 video cameras in low-income neighborhoods, encouraged them to film the police, right? Well, there's an energy that you have. Back in the day here in Austin, I used to get pulled over a lot. And I'd always be like, those damn cops are following me. And I'd see the cops and mean mug them, and I'd get pulled over. Didn't have a license. Plates were expired. And I'd like fight it in court. Never won, but I never paid a fine either. And the funny thing is, nowadays, I don't even really see cops anymore. I certainly don't get pulled over because I'm not out there looking for trouble, right? Danny Panzella, who spoke earlier, shared a story of a cop that they're like in Brooklyn. So it's a whole nother phenomenon over there. And like a cop was double parked or something. They came up to park. And the cop was like, hey, you can't park here, blah, blah, blah. And the old Danny would be like, what do you mean I can't park here? You're double parking. That's illegal, huh? Doing a little umpire thing. Hey, ref, pulled out the camera, started talking smack. But instead he was like, oh, okay, no problem. And Vanessa was like, it's okay, Danny. You can just drop me off and find a spot. And then sure enough, he starts to drive and the cop finishes what they're doing. They say, hey, ma'am, hold on. Call your husband. Let him know we're going to hold the spot for him so he can come get this good spot, right? If you would have showed up all attitude-y, then it would have attracted some tension and some conflict.
Proactive, or at least, let me just speak for myself. That's what I'm choosing to do. I'm choosing to be proactive and try to understand as many solutions as possible, promote them, to see if people like yourself can seize them and apply them in your communities so we can continue to build the next stage. Because what I was saying a few moments ago is this is a generational change. We were lied that there are quick fixes, right? You might have heard me talk about the 7 generations. Now, we should have started this whole event today with this earlier, but it was just so chaotic. But I do want to take a moment of my time, which I think is probably winding down soon, to recognize and honor not only our Mexican friends who live and are from here in Morelia or parts of Mexico who came here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for those who are using the headphones for the translations. We appreciate you being here. It really means a lot. It really is important for us to have that happening. And even on the website, those who might be watching at home, you can hear and listen in Spanish from your own home. Like, this is something that we're focused on. We want to honor the people of this land. We also want to honor the indigenous people of this land. You know, this area, you guys might have heard of places like Cheran that John mentioned earlier. The Purepecha people are of this land, and they've been a strong people for thousands and thousands of years. So I just want to just honor them and that fact that we're here. And also, I don't think it's a coincidence that by luck or, synchronicity, this is where Miriam and I ended up at and felt like this was where the event should be in Cheran, where they have just celebrated 10 years of their uprising, of kicking out the cops and the cartel, are right near here. And the people have a history of fighting. And I don't mean, again, standing up for their freedoms, standing up for their people, for their children. That's what it had to come down to. For some of these people, they literally had to start by picking up sticks and stones and fighting back. Are you willing to do that for your family, for your kids? I know I am, if that's what it came to. We all pray and work towards building alternatives so it won't. But if and when, I know that we are all united by the fact that we love freedom for individuals. We love freedom for the kids. We want them to have a better world than all of us are currently living in. I don't want my nieces and nephews, 6 of them under 12 years old, to never be able to travel the world without showing a vaccine passport. I can't imagine that this is, what they're dealing with right now, and that they will never know the difference because they're too young to remember anything prior to that, right? So when I talk of the 7 generations and we talk of the indigenous people, this is a concept that comes from the indigenous people of North America, both the US and Mexico. It's something that I've been taught over the years of finding about my family's indigenous history. And what the 7 generations means is this awareness that we should all carry with us every day, that what we're doing right now doesn't only affect those of us right here that are living in it, but it affects the coming 7 generations and beyond. You know, and I was started to think about this recently in terms of the 7 generations in front of us and the 7 generations behind us, right? Think about this. Your children, your children's children, their kids, up to 7 and on. Like, those are people you're never going to meet. But my friends, they are 100% depending on you right now. The into showing your parents, your grandparents, great-grandparents, and back again, people you've never met before, but who had to go through struggles to get each and every one of us here. No matter what part of the world we come from, all of our ancestors had to go through struggle, blood, sweat, tears, and we all have dark things in our ancestry as well. It's time for us to heal that and come together as free people who recognize that this is our moment to change things, and there won't be another moment. This is it. We're living it right now. I just want to invite you to really take that in and recognize the opportunity we have here before us. This event is fun. We want to have a good time. But the reason we put in all this effort is because we're trying to change the world. Like, that's it. We're trying to stop things from getting worse, and we want to make it better. Like, that's it. Thank you. I think I've probably got about 5 minutes, John, so I'll take 5, and then we got Max Egan up next. So I just want to wrap things up by kind of getting back to, we've talked about a lot. We've talked about the power of saying no. We talked about the importance of that inner healing journey, as well as understanding what we're fighting against and not running away from those realities. We've talked about why it's important to create new alternative systems right now, because the current systems are telling you you're not welcome. If you want to use my bank, if you want to shop at my grocery store, if you want to come into my store, you need to have a shot, you need to have a test, you need to have a mask, whatever. And obviously many people here have committed to not doing those things for various reasons, and that's your personal choice. And if you do, again, we accept you. We're not going to turn anybody away. I believe for most of this community, more than likely, it's about choice. Is that correct? Like, you want to have the freedom to do what you want. So that means if somebody chooses for whatever reason to wear a mask, that's their freedom to do so. Just don't force us to do whatever, right? So that's where we're at. We have this opportunity to create alternative systems. And I want to bring it back to that idea of holistic anarchism, or the conscious resistance. I have some essays that I've written about this. You can see them in my book, The Conscious Resistance Trilogy. All of my books are downloadable for free on my website, and we do have a couple printed in Spanish as well. Holistic anarchism is all about that healing journey. It's about taking a truly holistic look at your life. Where do you get your money from? How do you make your money? What do you spend your money on? What systems are you supporting through those different decisions? Where do you get your food from? What type of food are you getting? What are the systems involved in bringing that food to you, right? Your personal relationships, your work relationships, your personal habits. I'm talking about getting deep, going through this, what I call holistic self-assessment, and getting to understand yourself better, not to judge yourself and say, oh, wow, look how horrible a person I am, but to recognize, oh, this is an opportunity. I claim that I am against the banking system and I want to build something better, but in my daily life, I'm using them all the time. And the thing is, check their, as we know, they don't actually have to keep it all there. They don't really have to keep any reserves. They can send it around, ship it. Your money might be going to build Great Reset projects funded by these banks. It'll be there when you come back, but in the meantime, they can ship it around and do all kinds of things. My point is, by starting to do that and look at these different areas of your life, and you can see, wow, I am actually out of alignment there. You know what? I'm going to see, what can I start to do? Maybe I can join a local credit union instead. Or maybe if you're interested in crypto, you start investigating that, or you look into silver or gold, or whatever it is. The point is looking for an opportunity to lessen our dependency on these systems, and on a more spiritual, personal level, to be more in line with our values. Because it's one thing to talk about things, it's a whole nother to actually live them. And I try my hardest. It is a very difficult thing in this world. Don't tell the IRS, but I haven't ever talked to them. And I don't use banks. I haven't used it since 2008. It makes life very difficult sometimes. This year I swore off PayPal and all the reason you guys didn't get to pay ahead of time is because we're trying to live in line with our values. And all the banks are the processors and we don't want to work with them. So it's a little extra work, but at least we can say our event is actually living the message, at least in Mexico. So that to me is just what this is about, is taking this holistic look of your life and see in which ways am I contributing to the same problems that I'm trying to fight? And how can I pull back from those systems and support or build or, whatever it may be. Look, I'm not a tech guy. I can't build the app that we need to do the next amazing thing, but I want to support people like Ramiro who have those skills and have that knowledge to bring to the community, right? We all have something different to offer. So I just want to invite you guys to think about that over the next 5 days. Just day one, guys. Liberate your mind, body, and soul. We're going to continue on. We're going to look at food. We're taking a holistic look throughout this week. We're going to look at technology. We're going to look at food. We're going to look at building parallel networks tomorrow. We're going to look at how we build free communities. Take this information and apply it, please. The theme of the whole event is integration, and it's not just a catchy title. We really hope you will take these ideas that apply to your life and integrate them into your life. If every single one of us here and the people listening at home did that, things will change. Action leads to change. But if we don't do anything and we just come out here and you have a nice time for a week and go home and nothing happens after that, then we're just here to have a big, let's pat each other on the back. But I want something beautiful to come out of this. We want to look back and connect to the activation hubs and the freedom cells and show us all the amazing things you guys are doing all around the world. It is happening already, and I invite you to be a part of it. Thank you guys so much. Let's do the affirmation together. Oh, shit. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Much love. I want to do my affirmation with you guys before I end. Those of you who've heard me talk before, this is just an affirmation I've used before. I'm not going to get into it because I'm supposed to be done. But I went to prison when I was 20 years old, and it changed my life. It led me to meditation, to this healing, to everything I explained to you guys tonight. I wouldn't be here without that. I don't believe. I think I had to go through that to get here. And this affirmation is something that helped me throughout some dark times. And the last thing I want to say, I almost forgot this, is my mom in the room right now? Yes, she's right there. My mother's back there. I just want to say that it's amazing to have my mom here to meet a lot of you and to just invite her to see this world. A lot of this is really new to some of my family. But I want to tell you, Mom, I wouldn't be here without you because you told me if I know something's wrong, don't do it. Stand up no matter who tells you, whether it's a teacher, a principal, a priest, whatever. And if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here. So if you feel inclined, guys, if you feel inclined, please repeat this affirmation after me, and we'll say it together. Thank you again for your time. I am powerful. I am beautiful. I am free. Thank you guys so much. We got Max ready? Ramiro, is Max ready? I think we're just about ready for Max Egan in just a moment or two. So we're showing the Freedom Cell Network website on the screen right now, freedomcells.org. Guys, look at that. We just actually passed 30,000 on the website, 30,160. Thank you. We wish we could tell you that all those people were just as active as you guys, but we're hoping that some of the people who've joined before and maybe the website wasn't functioning exactly the way they wished it was, that they'll come back and realize the movement has grown and we're dedicated to improving the website again. So I just want to mention one more time on the website, thegreaterreset.org, if you want to contribute to help us keep building a better Freedom Cell network, you can find it there at thegreaterreset.org. But if we have Max ready, then let's just go right into Max Egan if Max is ready. Anybody ready for Max Egan?
Hi, folks. Can you hear me okay? Am I coming through?
Can you hear us, Max?
Yeah, can you hear me? You hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can't hear you at the moment. Let's go to a quick commercial break while we figure this out. All right, thank you guys. We'll be right back with Max.
Spanish translations for the Greater Reset 3 integration are brought to you by the Conscious Resistance Network. Since 2012, the Conscious Resistance Network has been an independent media organization focused on empowering individuals through education, philosophy, health, and community organizing. We work to create a world where corporate and state power do not rule over the lives of free human beings. Our motto is leading by example and helping others in their pursuit of freedom. Visit theconsciousresistance.com to find our articles, documentaries, interviews, podcasts, books, and more. Remember, you are powerful, you are beautiful, and you are free.
Still can't hear me, eh?
Check. Max, we can hear you.
You can hear me now? I put some headphones on. Hopefully this microphone is working. Can you give me a nod?
Max, we can hear you. We can hear you. Go right ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, cool. Thanks for having me here, folks. Sorry I can't be there in person. I just couldn't face the drive, actually. I'm in Acapulco at the moment. But yeah, interesting times. It's really weird, like doing an event like this. Normally I would come and speak at these events and I'd be telling you what I think's going to happen. And now it's all happened. I mean, what do you do in a situation with the world like it is? The best thing we can do is to really find a way to come through the other side. There's some really big things happening. There's some really interesting things happening. And the thing is, to look at really what's going on, we've kind of passed a point of no return in many respects. I mean, much of what the parasites that are running this world, calling themselves leaders, want to do is going to come about. Even if we were to bring down our governments now and bring this whole thing to a standstill, so much damage has already been done in as much as much of the supply chains have been broken down. So many people have had this injection. So even if we bring the system down, it's still going to sort of play out to its natural conclusion now. So the best thing I think that we can do is to realize what sort of a battle we're really in here. And this is a psychic battle that we're involved in here. It's a spiritual battle, as I've said so many times. And it's a purification. It's kind of a purification of consciousness in many ways. You've got to look at it that way. They will always say, they, the universal they, will always say that there is opportunity in all crisis. And I think we have to look at things this way as well. There's an opportunity for real spiritual involvement, evolution. There's a real opportunity for us to create the type of world we want to create at the other side of this as well. But I almost think that society is going to split in two. The society that they want to create, the technocratic society that I've been warning people about for so many years, this whole digital control grid, the internet of bodies, the internet of living things, which started just as the internet of things and social crediting. Now it's the internet of living things, and they're telling you this is what they're doing. I don't know how many people have seen some of the recent videos I've been putting out. I've been putting a lot of attention on the whole AI control grid and what these injections are really doing. What's in these injections. They're basically setting up computer systems within everybody so that everybody's trackable in every aspect of what they are. Not just being trackable, but tracking the actions of your organs, your emotions, your thoughts, everything. And they're quite open now about being able to do this. So, of course, if they're open about it now, well, how far advanced are they really? And this is stuff that I was warning people about back in my last film in 2012. So that's the stuff we knew about then, and they're just announcing that now. So if you can take that as any kind of a milestone. Well, that was 10 years ago that I was telling people about it, and now they're announcing it. So you can imagine they're at least 10 to 20 years ahead of where where we think they are anyway. But they're going to create this transhumanist world, and it's up to us to be able to survive and get through that. And it's getting to the point that you're going to have to disconnect completely if you want to get through that world that's coming. Because the way they are co-opting everything, I mean, they're co-opting the entire digital system. Soon you will very likely need ID in order to even log online. I mean, not just to use their financial system or use their banking system or their transport system or anything like that. You're going to need digital ID in order to even get online, in order to buy anything or do anything. So you're going to have to disconnect from that system completely. This is what I've been saying for years again, that one of the biggest things that this system has done has been to remove us of our life skills. And this is a huge opportunity for us to get those life skills back and to put down our differences with people. I firmly believe that everybody who is awake to what is going on here, whether people are arguing at who to point the finger at and who do we blame and what sort of political steps could we take, personally, I don't think any of it is relevant at this point. I think that what we need to do is realize that all the people who are speaking out against this, we have a soul connection, we have a spiritual connection to everybody who's gone this far. Like, we're almost 2 years into this, like 22 months or something into this. Anybody who hasn't had the jab now and can see this for what it is and has held on, irrespective of who they want to blame. Like I said, we're past that point. We're past the point of no return. It doesn't matter who did it now. It matters what we do. The system they're creating, all this dystopia, the people who've had the jab, all of these people are eventually going to die. They're not going to last within that system. That system itself they're creating is so inhuman that humans won't even properly be able to survive within it. And yet it needs humans in order to get its energy. That's where it gets its energy from. So it's destined to implode anyway. The thing is, we've got to make sure that we don't have to connect with it at all, because we're not going to. And if you want to survive through what's coming, you're going to have these life skills, because like I said, you're not going to be able to do anything within that system without your vaccine passport, unless we bring it all down. There has been a lot of pushback, admittedly. There's been a lot of pushback, a lot of marching in the streets, a lot of revolution. There's been common law servings right around the world as well, common law courts that are serving papers on politicians and things. Whether there's going to be any good come from this, I don't know. I mean, it's all very well, but where are the courts that are going to enforce this? I mean, if we're going to create these courts ourselves and enforce it ourselves, well, the media will just play it as civil war and spin it any way they want to spin it. So, in many ways, we've got to see this as something that was inevitable. This whole thing is inevitable. It was inevitable that the consciousness was going to split like this. And it was inevitable that in the current state of, I guess you could call it spiritual bankruptcy, that humankind generally finds itself in, it had to come to this. And the birthing of any new world, any type of new reality, the type of reality we want, is a painful process. Birth is usually a painful process. There may be women that will argue that point. Whatever, it's kind of metaphorical, but I really think it had to come to this. And what we, as the so-called truth community or freedom community or resistance, whatever you want to call it, I've always hated the term truth movement, because I think that it signifies that people's belief systems are true, and you have a lot of people arguing over their belief systems. So I think it's more of, it should be a freedom movement and a resistance movement to what is coming. But we've got to a point now that we've really got to find that ground. We've really got to unify with each other and see the writing on the wall. We've kind of, like I said, passed the point of no return. So, and like I said, it had to come to this. It had to get to this point, because you've got to a point of spiritual bankruptcy where humans have basically lost their connection to source. They've lost their connection to reality in so many aspects. And even with currency and cryptocurrency, I mean, as I've said to people before, this is a short window, because considering what I've just said before, how you're going to have to get outside this system at all, how far is that going to go before you can't access your cryptocurrency. So I think these sorts of things are short windows. Personally, I'm going to be getting out of any cryptocurrency before the end of 2024. Personally, this is my view on things, so that I can turn that into real world assets like land, tools, things that I'm going to need to survive without the system at all. I think we're really getting to that point where, we just have to let it implode. And there is nothing to fear really about the impending implosion of this monetary and control system, because the whole thing's a matrix anyway. And this whole belief in authority, this whole belief in government, that's why I don't believe there's any political remedy through this. Like I said, even if we bring the governments down, we've got to a point of no return now. We've got to a point where so many people have taken this injection. The supply chains are broken down. It's getting very, very difficult to travel. I mean, I still hope to be able to travel back to Australia one day soon. That is a great wish of mine. We'll just have to see what happens with that. Currently, I'm living in quite a poor neighborhood in Mexico. I've got you can probably see there in the background, I've got my canvas closet. People thinking that I've run off to Mexico and I'm living in the lap of luxury. It's not really the way it is. I've come here because I had to, because of the situation in Australia. I think if I'd stayed there, I would have been silenced by now, and it seemed the prudent thing to do to come here so I could continue speaking. But this whole thing that's happening, I mean, it's not going away. That's what I'm trying to say. Even if they roll things back and even if we expose them, it's got to run to its natural conclusion. So people have got to understand and realize that they've got to learn to live completely outside the system. As I said earlier, one of the main things that's happened through this whole society we've created is this codependency that's been created between nations and the complete loss of life skills that's happened to the human race. And that is a really big thing. I was thinking the other day about my mother, how she wouldn't even like using a potato masher, anything as modern as a potato masher. She hand did everything. She had hand tools, hand coffee grinders, hand vegetable mincers. I understand why now. I can understand how temporary this system we've created is. And the more and more digital it becomes, the more dependent we become upon the digital world, like leading us right into the metaverse, the more we lose our life skills. And those life skills are going to be what gets us out of this system. And soon it's going to be the only thing that you're going to have to be able to disconnect from the system. It's all very well having our alternate communities and using cryptocurrency, getting out of their banking system and all of that sort of stuff. But when you don't have the internet, when Cyber Polygon kicks in and they shut us out of the internet, how many people are going to know how to build a shelter? How many people have got food stored? How many people have got that strong support community around them? And that's kind of what we need to see. That's what we need to start doing now is really, that's why I said, put down all your stuff with people. Because if they are awake to this scam, then our souls are connected. We're all on the same side. It doesn't matter if we believe different things or have different ideas about things, different ideas about where it's going, different ideas about who they are. Ultimately, we're going to need each other. We're going to need this support through what is coming, because it's going to get pretty weird. Things are most certainly not over yet, even with all of the rollback that they're doing in places like the UK. And I don't know how much of this you're even experiencing in a lot of areas in the United States. I think a lot of them have been kind of COVID guidelines free for a lot of the time. Some areas are bad, but other areas are better than others. But it's happening right around the world. So, with all of this that's gone on, they can't back down now. If they back down, there'll be a revolution overnight and they'll all get lynched. So they've got to kind of strategically withdraw and then prepare us for the next action. Some sort of a false flag event, which could be Cyber Polygon even. I mean, there could be some sort of thing that we'd perceive as a terror attack, but it could be simply something like Cyber Polygon, where they're going to, shut down the power supply and things like that. So it's anybody's guess where they're going to go, but they're doing these strategic withdrawals because they're preparing for the next step. And, lull people into this sense of complacency as well, which is, they like to do that sort of thing. So, we've got to prepare, folks. We've got to and realize, like I said, this is a psychic battle. Everybody who's awake, who's come to this point, I believe their souls chose to come here, to be here for this moment, because this is the spiritual battle that you need. This is the psychic examination that you need. And you wouldn't have come if you weren't strong enough to pass this test. So that's something interesting to think about as well, and something empowering for people to think about. You wouldn't be here if you couldn't do this, but it's how you're going to approach it. And there's a danger through this that people are going to become too dependent upon technology in order to get through what's coming, because they can't see what really is coming. Because it isn't just a police state. It's this entire transhumanist technological system. The thing that the Unabomber warned us about, what the actual internet's really all about. I mean, the internet was created by DARPA, the World Wide Web, the international net. What do you do with a net? What do you do with the web? I've said it so many times. You catch things. And one of the things they're looking for is all of the awake and aware people. That's what all these camps are for. I mean, all the sheeple that have had the jab, and I even question if all of these people are human. I really do. I mean, the amount of incredibly stupid people out there that you can't wake up no matter what you do, you just have to wonder. I mean, are we the same species, or are these people just bio-robots? Even when you start looking at weird history and Hyperborea and Tartaria and Atlantis and all sorts of weird stuff, if you want to believe in such things from the past, and the talk of certain remnants of those civilizations that may have survived the cataclysms of the past, the concept that there is a force here that is control of this world that people are kind of unaware that exists, the elusive they. There's all sorts of things on the surface that we can see. Of course, I mean, there's certain groups that we can see and we can point the finger at, but what sits behind that is the question. When you consider all of that, and you think about remnants of these cultures that lasted and survived these cataclysms, and the idea, like I said, of a force being in control here that is still unseen, unknown to us, part of the game I believe they play, or I would suggest they play, is kind of like needle in the haystack and finding the real aware sparks of consciousness. And how do they do that? Well, they create something like the internet, the World Wide Web, as the net, as the web. Then they do something like the 9/11 attack, which they could have made believable. I mean, they could have done that to make you believe that it was actually what they told us it was. But it was so obviously a fraud. Why did they do that? Why did they make it so obvious? Because they wanted to get that spark in people's minds. They wanted to kickstart the truth movement, because only the awake and aware people are going to be looking for the truth. They're only going to be asking questions. You can get people out there on the street screaming out with bullhorns for people to wake up, and people eventually start to wake up, and you find where all those real sparks of consciousness are. Then you allow people to speak out and see what's going on and name what's going on, because it gives you an idea of what the current human zeitgeist is. It gives you an idea of what the level of consciousness is out there. I sometimes wonder why they let me do what I do for so many years, and why they let so many people do what they do. Perhaps it's a fishing exercise. Perhaps they just wanted to find everybody who is listening, because then they can corral you and move you over into echo chambers like BitChute, kick you all off YouTube, move you over onto platforms like BitChute and Telegram, and they can refine you further and further and distill all the awake people further and further and further and locate who they are. So, really, when you look at the digital world and what it's all about, it's great, sure, for communication and sharing things. I mean, in a proper world run by real people, where a government actually, was supporting us and people did the right thing, the internet could be fantastic. A wealth of information, a means of being able to do just about anything we want. And we still have. I've done incredible things because of the internet. But ultimately, what they've done is distill consciousness down and find the awake and aware people. And if you're going to be moving into a world where you're dependent upon that system, well, as soon as they lock you out of that system, which they'll be able to do simply by your political profile. I mean, I've been locked out of everywhere. I've been banned from Facebook, banned from YouTube, banned from most social media, banned from LinkedIn, banned from Twitter, banned from Spotify, banned from SoundCloud, where else? A few places. They've also shut down my bank accounts. They've closed my Patreon accounts. They've closed my PayPal accounts. So it's very, very difficult for me to get any income at all at the moment. There's just no means for me to do it. I've managed to open up an online bank account, but I've got no input into it. So this is the sort of things they can do. So, and when it gets to a point, like even if I get all this happening again, once they've got you biometrically and you've got to biometrically log online and your biometrics is attached to every Facebook post you've ever made or any anti-vax post you've ever made. What they got me with Patreon and all that was they claimed I was spreading medical misinformation because I'm going against popularly accepted theories or popularly accepted ideas regarding COVID-19, so of course, this is the way they do it. But, when it gets to that point, how dependent are you going to be on the internet? I mean, if you've got all your stuff in cryptocurrency, for example, once it gets to biometrics, and of course it'll be the next outbreak, if Cyber Polygon kicks in, if they do use Cyber Polygon to do this, and that is the next 9/11 or whatever, which it could well be. I mean, there's speculation they could blow up the White House. They could stage World War III or whatever, with Russia or China, which is all theater anyway. But if they were to do Cyber Polygon and they were to shut down the communications grid and shut down the power grid, that would actually be bigger than 9/11. That would send shocks around the world. I mean, you'd have people in a state of complete chaos within days if you did something like that. So if they can shut down the grid using Cyber Polygon and claim it was hackers, then of course when the grid comes back online, they're going to say, well, look what the hackers just did. They just shut down the world. Look at all those people who suffered, and because of the hackers. So of course we're going to need biometric identification in order for anybody to log online. And if you don't want to do that, well, why not? Are you one of the hackers? Are you one of these people who are doing these terrible things? What have you got to hide? Nothing to hide, nothing to fear. The same old line, the same old bullshit that they always use. So if that happens and suddenly you've got to use your biometrics and then you log online, you want to access your crypto wallet, you want to do whatever you want to do, well, they're going to get you straight away. They're going to know, well, that's this guy who did these Facebook posts. That's this anti-vaxxer. That's this, that's that. So, how reliable is that system going to be? One of the best things you can do, as I said, is get back in touch with your life skills. Learn how to dig a well, learn how to fish, learn how to hunt, learn how to grow vegetables, learn how to build a shelter, learn where to build a shelter, learn how to fix your roof. Get supplies in order to get through this. I mean, I've been saying for the last couple of years, as soon as Trump said he was going to shut down the borders in the United States and shut down travel, I said, here it is. They're going to break down the supply chain. And I told people then, start collecting food, non-perishables, and get to a position where if you have to, you can bug out. Excuse me, folks, a bit of COVID of the throat. But if you have to, you can bug out. You can go run into the bush and do yourself a shelter, put a clay oven in, whatever you need to do. You've got food there that will last you while you're doing that. There's ways to do it. If you've got communities to go to, get to those communities. But have these skills. Even if we succeed in pulling these parasites out of power and maintaining the system that we've got, which again, I think is kind of doubtful because I think they've got too many things up their sleeve. But even if we do, let's say best case scenario, we put all these people out of power and we've still got this system. It's still working. We've still got the internet. We've still got everything good. Well, the worst possible thing that's happened is you've gained all these life skills that you should have had anyway. So, you can't really lose by doing this sort of a thing. Sorry, throat. Folks, the throat COVID's getting bad tonight. But, you can't really lose by doing these things anyway. It's a great opportunity for that. It's a great opportunity to get back in touch with what it means to be human through this whole thing. Sure, use crypto and use all this stuff to get what gains you can, but don't count on it always being there is what I'm saying. If you can get in there, make gains and get out and turn it into real world stuff that you're going to need to survive, great, do that. I don't mean silver and gold. I mean, silver and gold, sure, great, have some. But you're better off with sacks of food and picks and shovels and gaff tape and duct tape and medicines and things that you're going to need to survive, things you're going to need to build shelters, things you're going to need to have a community that's completely outside the system. That's what I think people need to be paying attention to anyway. I think that is the great challenge through this, because that's been one of the major things, as I've said, that's happened with this society, is this incredible loss of life skills. Now, it's been an ongoing thing for hundreds of years, but it's led to this point. And all of the technology, all of it's led to this point. So technology can be good, but I don't really believe technology is our friend. Same as I don't believe the money system is our friend. I mean, I think even with cryptocurrency and the alternate currencies people are doing, I'd love to see a world without money. I'd love to see a world where integrity had value, and that was how people were measured. That would be a good thing, I think. So yeah, different ways of looking at things, I really do wish I could be there with you in Morelia. It's kind of different sitting here just talking to a camera. I can't see the crowd either. It'd be good if I could see the crowd. But it looked like there was a good crowd of people there, so that's good. But, and I'm not trying to be negative with any of this either. Oh, there you are. Look at that. Look at that. I can see the crowd. Cool. Yeah, I wish I could be there with you. But I'm not trying to be negative through any of this. I'm just trying to help people see that it's not just the technology that's going to get us through. And the importance of putting down all this stuff with people. Like I said, if you've gone this far, and even those who have been forced into having this jab, you're going to find so many people who are waking up to that they've been lied to. A lot of people who are just so asleep into the matrix. Even like my sister, it took her until she was 55 years old before she woke up. When she woke up, she was a force to be reckoned with. But she spent her whole life really believing that the system was real, really believing government was a friend. And people are just fed this TV and fed this stuff all the time. The TV tells them don't believe what's on the internet. And they look so nice and they come across as your friends, the people on TV. So there's a lot of programmed people out there that are going to have this red pill moment. And that's why we've got to stop calling them sheep, and we've got to stop talking down to these people. A lot of people, their children are suffering, they're suffering. And this is what's waking a lot of people up as well. And these people need our support. I don't know how many of them are going to survive. Personally, I think that once you've had this jab, it's done some damage to you, and I don't know how to undo that. There is certain talk that people talk about you can undo it. Apparently, cannabis really helps undo the people have been going out there and testing, and they Bluetooth addresses coming up on people who've had the jab. I don't know how true it is, but I'm seeing these videos. I'm seeing a lot of these videos. But I've seen other people say that if you put fresh cannabis leaves in smoothies and drink that, and it's non-psychoactive if you do that, by the way, that within 10 days, these IP addresses are disappearing. That would make sense. I mean, we've got an endocannabinoid system in our body, folks. I'm a big cannabis advocate. It's the only thing that we've got an endocrine system in our body for, the only plant that we've got an endocrine system in our body for. It's our companion plant. And they don't want people using this plant because it has so many healing benefits. It was the basis of all medicines, and I wouldn't be surprised if just the energy of the plant would help dissolve this nanotech. That's probably why they don't want people doing this sort of stuff. So maybe that's one way of doing it. But, like I said, I don't think anybody who's actually had this jab are going to really survive. I don't. I think eventually their bodies are just going to stop functioning the way they're supposed to. I think they're very clever the way they've done this as well, because when you start looking into mRNA and what this actually does, as most people know, your body regenerates, your cells regenerate. This is going to stop your cells doing that. It's going to break down your natural immune system, what people would call your immune system, which I don't even think it is that, but it's another story. But your body self-regulates. It's a self-balancing, self-correcting, self-regulating system. What they're doing with this mRNA jab is they're stopping this self-regulation happening. So whatever your pre-morbidity was, whether when you were 70 you were going to get heart failure, or you're going to get lung problems or kidney problems or liver problems or whatever, even if you're going to die of old age when you're 80 years old, you're going to find all these conditions are accelerated in people who've had the jab. So you might find 3 to 7 years from now, someone who's had the jab is going to develop a liver disorder, or their body's just going to get old and stop regenerating, and this sort of stuff. So, heart failure, kidney malfunctions or whatever. And they're never going to trace it back to the jab. They're never going to think, oh, it's that injection that I had in 2021. And meanwhile, while all this is happening, booster after booster after booster, because they're putting these operating systems into people. I don't know whether anybody have looked at the work of Quinta Columna, the Spanish guys who've been analyzing what's in the jab, and they're finding nano routers and all sorts of stuff, which would appear to be what's giving off these IP addresses. I hope you can hear me okay. And I think you're going to see, this is what it's doing. It's gradual transmodification of everybody, transhumanism, leading you into this Internet of Bodies, Internet of Things. And of course, the target is the children. So you'll see more and more people. I wouldn't even be surprised if a lot of the injections, like different injections for different groups, they want to kill off all the old people. They'll give enough injections to the middle-aged people, normal-aged people, from 20 to 50. They'll give injections to them, which will kill some of them. There'll be enough safe ones in there that give them the confidence to inject their children, which is the real target, the children. They want the children growing up into this, androgynous mainframe future that they're leading everybody into. And even treating them as commodities, which I think a lot of what this whole gaming for money is all about as well, honestly. The kids, they're teaching the kids now to go and spend time gaming in order to make cryptocurrency, basically turning them into commodities, teaching them that money is real, they need this shit, and getting them into the metaverse, getting them into that virtual reality, which is going to get more and more real all the time. And even when you look at that, like Zuckerberg, fuck a turd, whatever his name is, suck a turd, his metaverse is so clunky and so it looks like a cartoon. It's not a real virtual reality. So, of course, right at the key moment, you have Elon Musk come out there and say, well, that's not really virtual reality. My neural mesh, my neural net is going to be virtual reality. So people think these guys are in competition to each other. Now, of course, they're not. Zuckerberg's doing what he's doing in order to lead you into what Elon Musk is doing, because he just both front people for the force that exists behind them, same as Bill Gates. All of them are front people. Nobody that you can see is anybody that you can actually blame. They're just all actors. They're just all players, all front people for the force that works behind this. And I would suggest this is an unseen force. People have no clue what it is. I even often suggest that the Earth is not what we think it is. I don't support the flat Earth model. I don't support the globe Earth model either. And I think that there is very likely land that we don't know about. There's a lot more going on here than what people would really believe. Unfortunately, we're too busy arguing over what we do believe, which helps prevent us from ever finding out what's going on. That's the way they play it. It's quite clever. That's why I don't think it should be called the truth movement. It should be the resistance, the freedom movement. Let's discover the freedom to find out what the truth is, because the real truth isn't no one knows what the real truth is. We all have ideas. We know things to be true. There's a lot of things we know to be true. But what is the ultimate truth? Well, the ultimate truth really is that we're in a prison, such a prison that we can't really find out what the truth is. So that should be the focus. But I think I'm getting kind of tied up in my tongue here. But yeah, getting through this, I guess what I'm trying to say is prepare for all outcomes. Be aware of where they're going, and support the movements to bring this system down. Be completely defiant in the face of it. I've never participated in the system at all. I've never paid taxes, never filled out a tax form. I've never voted. I've never done any of that stuff. I've just never participated in it. So, continue to do that. Don't give it any of your energy. But don't think that we're going to find a sudden political remedy, even if they roll all this back and we hold all these people to account, because, as I said, the damage has already been done. So, and don't be too dependent upon this technocratic system, this internet always being there, all of this technology being there to be your friend. Because even like I said, when you consider that the people we can see are just the players that are put there to run this whole charade for us. It's like a movie set, subsidiary companies they create to run the COVID movie. These are just all players. Even if we were to bring them down, there's still the force behind it. And people would say, well, this is the 13 families, the Rothschilds, the Jews, whatever. No, they're just players as well. There's a force behind that as well. There's a dark force at work here, folks, and it goes a lot deeper than what a lot of people would ever care to believe. And the fact that I can say it's not just the Jews or the Freemasons or whatever is because they're all visible. You can see them and you can see what they do, which means they're not the hand behind this. There's a hand behind that as well. They're all players. They're all part of it. It might certainly come back to this, what we would term to be the Illuminati, for want of a better name, the 12 or 13 families that sit at the top. But what sits behind that? What's the energy that sits behind that? This reality is very different to what people think it is, I would suggest. And through this, the main goal of you even being here, as I've said so many times, is to learn how to be able to face infinity without flinching. Eventually, you're going to die. That's what you came here to do. It's how you do that. What are you prepared to do in order to prevent that? Can you envisage the world that you want to see, and can you actually live that world while you're here and create that world while you're here? Because we're very, very powerful, and you're not going to be able to do it with the technology, because technology is a mirror of what we can do already inside us. The inner technology that we have, the internet. As I've said before, if you really look at things such as dimethyltryptamine and DMT that's inside you, and I'm not suggesting you go and smoke DMT, no, but DMT, dimethyltryptamine, is produced within your body. There's a substance called tryptophan that's in everything, and that is our internet. That is nature's internet. Tryptophan allows you to connect with plants, with nature, with animals, with anything. It's what people would term to be intuition. What they've done in calcifying our pineal gland is remove us of that nature's internet. And this is why the internet that we have now seems so natural to us, this instantaneous communication. A lot of people can't imagine what life would be like without the internet. But what if you've got an inner internet, and everything that they're creating, even your dependence upon cryptocurrency, even your dependence upon anything to do with technology, is further and further leading you away from the inner technology that you have. And that's been the goal of this whole thing. And that's why the internet was so attractive to us, or we took to it like a fish to water, because it's natural for us to be able to do this sort of stuff anyway. We have this inner knowing that nobody listens to, a language that people are speaking all the time, but they don't even understand that they're speaking. The language of feeling and emotion, the language of intuition, which is what brought me here to Mexico. So that's why they've done it this way. When I even look at ancient history and some of the stuff they did, how they moved all those big stones and built all those big buildings, how it was actually done with energy, with sound, and nothing the technology that we would have now. Even when you start looking at some of the ancient Indian texts, I'm kind of going right off on a tangent here, but even when you start looking at things such as the Indian texts, like the Vaimanika Shastra, where they talk about the ancient flying machines. And the Vaimanika Shastra is an amazing book, because when you look at old Indian books, like the Ramayana and the Vedic books, and there's all sorts of religious overtones, and there's talk of battles and kings and magical beings and all sorts of stuff like this. When you look at the Vaimanika Shastra, it's none of that. It's a really boring book of flight manuals, of things you need to do in order to fly Vimana, which is aircraft. Clothes you have to wear, certain diets that you have to undertake, certain emotional states you have to be in, what levels and layers of earth you can find certain minerals that you'll need to manufacture Vimana. It's a very technical sort of a book. There's no kind of interesting reading in there, no stories, no reverence to God, nothing like that. It's like a flight manual. So what is this book doing, existing, if they didn't have flying machines that were flown this way? And some of the things that are stressed in the book, which is why we can't access a lot of these old technologies, a lot of the stuff that's stressed in the book is the emotional state you had to be in, the diet you had to undertake and the clothes you had to wear, the certain fabrics you had to, the energy of these fabrics, but most especially the emotional state that you were in order to be able to access these technologies. Recently, there was a video that surfaced, I think it was back in the 1940s or 50s, of what appear to be Shaolin monks levitating stones with trumpets, using sound vibration to levitate stones. I would suggest it isn't just the sound vibration, it's also the emotional state that you've got to be in and your intention in conveying that. So these are the sorts of things we had. This is the type of internet that we had. This is how they moved all of those big stones and built all those incredible monuments and did all that stuff. They did it with absolute ease. And it wasn't aliens who did it or anything like that. It was who we were. That's the type of world that we had. And that is what the inner technology, the inner internet that we have can actually do if we're able to access this inner internet, So I think it's just an important thing to think about. It's an important way of looking at things. And really, when you can look at technology this way, I mean, imagine the Earth, whether you believe it's a ball or flat. Okay, I'm doing this, so let's not go there. The Earth, and you imagine a mirror around the Earth, which is a reflection of what the Earth actually is. It's like a reflection of life into a virtual life. And even the term cryptocurrency, what is that? It's encrypted. Okay, it's encrypted, but it's also a crypt. It's what you do when you're in the dead world, the meta world, the world where you don't have a physical body. And even what is ascension? If you were going to ascend to that new world, will you be leaving your physical body behind, being moved into the mainframe? And what if they're doing this to people through these injections without them even knowing that they're doing it? And if they did that to you, when you think about the amount of information that's gone online now, everybody's filming everything. The 3D world can look so real. Everybody films everything everywhere they go. It's all online. It all goes online. This is all contributing to that brain, to that metaverse. Klaus Schwab recently said at the World Economic Forum that they are building the brain for digitizing in Europe. I had it in my last report that I uploaded yesterday or the day before. There's a little section in that where Klaus Schwab talks about building this digital brain. So think about where they're going. They're creating this world, and if they were to move you into that world, would you even know that you've been moved into it? Would you even know? And if they can get this neural mesh in there, and also think about what you are with all these DNA swabs and stuff they're doing. Like, these are DNA connections. That's what all these swabs are about. As I said before, your DNA is an antenna that harvests your frequency from the field. Your consciousness exists in the field. That one frequency of consciousness that is you, that is me, that is everybody. If they can get that DNA and they can put that on a circuit board and they can tune it to that frequency and they can pull your consciousness into the circuit board rather than into your body, how would you know? And if they can give you this injection, this mRNA injection, which will change the function of your DNA, well, can they get that to somehow change your DNA to create a bypass so that your DNA antenna won't even pick up that frequency anymore? It'll get picked up simply by the circuit board. Then they can probably funnel it back into your vessel via your cell phone or whatever, or the jabs or whatever they do. But this is the next level of control. And this is basically a soul harvest. They're stealing everybody's energy and putting them into that mainframe, which is why, like I'm saying, I mean, technology in its current form is leading us into a prison. It doesn't matter which politician you bring down. It doesn't matter which system you bring down. Because a lot of the people doing this, a lot of the companies doing this, they're not evil people. They just see dollar signs in their eyes, billions of dollars for 5G and billions of dollars from this technology. That's the bottom line, the greed that drives them. And then it gets to a point where the system is building itself. You could bring down every politician. You could bring down all the Freemasons, all the Jews, everybody, the Jesuits, bring them all down. Doesn't matter. If people are still buying into and supporting this technological system, they're leading themselves to the same place. They're creating this mirror world, which is the exact mirror opposite of what it means to be human and the exact mirror opposite of the technology we are now being given the opportunity to rediscover and get back in touch with. But the biggest step to do that is that in order to do that, you've got to be prepared to step outside the system altogether. You know, and I've been given a kick in the ass to do it. I mean, I've closed all my accounts. I've closed everything. That's it. I don't have a choice now. I've got to completely let go of the banking system and all that stuff. I'm not in a good position to do it where I am. I'm going to have to, like I said, it's a short window. So I'm going to get in and do what I can to try to get what I need to be able to get by. Because honestly, I mean, I can't honestly know whether I'll ever be able to get back to Australia, and all the stuff that I had stored there ready for this moment, I had to leave. It got to that point where I had to leave. So, but that's what I mean. You know, we've got to be able to know how to step outside it completely, because unless we suddenly bring down every single evil politician and every evil head of every business, and we somehow manage to stop greed altogether, then I don't know how there's any way for this technocracy not to run to its logical conclusion. And the only thing I can see from that point that's going to bring it down is the lack of human energy that it's eventually going to have. And that's only going to be, this is why they're so desperate to get everybody in there. Because like I said, the people that have gone in there willing, they're not going to last long. They've taken all these jabs and all this shit. They're not going to survive very long, none of these people. So they need us. It needs us for food. And if we deny it that food, and it can't survive, because it can't survive anyway, because like I said, humans can't survive in a system which is inherently so inhuman and so disconnected from what it means to be human. But, you know, unless you can convince them that is reality, and that fake mirror version of our inner technology is what real technology is, which they're kind of doing a pretty good job of doing. So, yeah, I've kind of gone right off on a tangent there, but that's something I think is important to consider, folks. I mean, this is a real opportunity for us to discover this inner language, this inner technology. But like I said, you've got to be prepared to be able to step outside this system completely. If you can't do that, well, you know, you may not make it through. Because like I said, we've got to a point of no return. Even if we bring it all down, well, people had to jab, the supply chain is going to break down anyway. So, and if we do bring all of this down, if we still continue to use this technology with our current mindset of personal gain and all this sort of stuff, not that there's anything wrong, like in this society, like anarcho-capitalism, great ideas. You've got to do what you do. You've got to collect the paper because you've got to pay to be alive, you know, in that sort of a system. But if we can't get out of that mindset, you know, through what's coming, and if we come out the other side of this, what's about to happen, and we've still got that mindset, even if we bring all them down, we're going to end up back where we are now in another 100 years if we manage to survive the cataclysm that's coming, the zombie apocalypse, which is going to be very difficult, as I said, if you don't have the life skills to do it. Because when this system breaks down, it's going to really break down, and it's not going to be anything pretty at all. And you sure as hell better be prepared for what that is, and you sure as hell better be, you know, up on your life skills and know what to do and where to go and how to survive to get through it, unless you want to be sucked into it completely. And you're not going to have a choice. There's going to be no middle ground. You're not going to be able to slightly participate in the system. You're going to have to disconnect completely, or you're going to have to be part of it. So, yeah. But I think that's about all I wanted to say. I think it's about 45 minutes, I think, isn't it? I don't know how long I've been talking for. But I think that's about it. As I said, sorry I couldn't get there to Morelia. I just couldn't face the drive. I've been pretty run down. I'm living in some pretty substandard accommodation here. It's been tricky being here in Mexico without having any sort of financial input. Jeff Berwick really helped me out for the first while that I was here, for the first couple of months. He's been a great friend through all this. I give him some credit. But I didn't want to stay in his house any longer. It was annoying me that I'd been there so long. So I've got somewhere reasonable for the moment, and I'll get through what's coming, and we'll what the year brings out. But yeah, this is just about to start, folks. It's just about to get kind of serious. Everything they've done, I think, in the last 2 years has been to prep us for this moment. And they're not pulling back and rolling things back because they care about us and they're seeing that they made a mistake. They're rolling it back because it's a strategic withdrawal. There's something else on the play, and it's not anywhere near over yet. As I said, even if it is, well, so much of the supply chain's broken down now, but things have got to run their natural course anyway. But anyway, folks, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you for listening. It's been a pleasure to come and chat to you, and take care in Lakesh.
All right, thanks a lot, Max. Give it up for Max Eager. All right. Hey, thanks so much. We appreciate your time and we appreciate your message, and stay free down there in Mexico. Acapulco is beautiful. It's a good place to be.
I will, brother. Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
All right, you take care. Okay, wow. All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here with us. It was a great day. We got off to a slow start. Then we started picking up some steam and enjoying ourselves. How many people enjoyed themselves tonight? All right. I want to take a moment to thank the production crew, Rebecca and Kat, man the camera, doing a great job. All right, shout out all the folks in Mexico. Today was day 1 of the Greater Reset 3 integration, and we went from activation to expansion and now integration. The idea is to take what you've learned and not just listen or understand the concepts better, but to actually integrate it into your life. And oftentimes, it takes time and work, too. So I want you guys to really pay hard, good, close attention to everything that you're learning today. I see some folks are taking notes. I appreciate seeing that. And whenever you go back home, that's really where the work begins. I like to say, I said this about the Exit and Build Land Summit. This is like a pep rally, really, right? We're all getting pumped up before the big game. And the big game is life. So the things that you learned today, I hope that you'll apply in your life. And I think a big takeaway from Max's talk is for us not to become overly reliant on cryptocurrency or technology for that matter. I'm a big crypto guy, right? We got the garden going in the backyard, although it's like 3 beds. I just got decimated by the freeze we had recently. And it would probably feed my family for all of about a day and a half. But you got to start somewhere, right? So, yeah, I think it's good to just like get down to first principles and take things down to their roots. Even before money, right? We would like to have money. We'd like to have some system of exchange. We got to be able to feed ourselves. We got to be able to shelter ourselves. We got to be able to weather the storm, and we got to be able to defend ourselves as well. So let's not forget those first most important needs there on Maslow's whole hierarchy. And at the end of the day, everything that we're going to learn this week, it's all made easier with the help of community and one another. So if you're not part of the Freedom Cell Network, chances are all of you are, but if you're not, I invite you to join us at freedomcells.org. If you are part of the Freedom Cell Network, or if you think the idea is helpful for the cause of freedom, I invite you to contribute to the fundraiser that we're doing. I think we're somewhere close to $1,000, maybe $800 or so. We're trying to get all the way up to 30,000, so we got a ways to go. So we invite you to empty out your wallets and support the cause of freedom. Okay, tomorrow we're going to be talking about agorism and parallel networks. Agorism's revolutionary market anarchism, the idea that we shouldn't compete within the state, we should compete with the state. And the parallel economies and parallel networks, it's just about building alternative systems. So one day we can exit the system altogether. We got a great lineup of speakers. I want to thank everybody that's tuned in here in person and everybody that's watching online and chatting on Telegram and on the website. It was great today. Thank you so much. We're going to play you guys out with a short video. All right, peace and freedom, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
In June 2020, the World Economic Forum launched their initiative, the Great Reset, an attempt to centralize and manage the direction of the planet and its resources.
The people of the world immediately exposed and took action against this power grab.
In January 2021, the Freedom Cell Network launched the Greater Reset Activation, a solutions-focused event offering an alternative to the Great Reset.
Now we are returning with the Greater Reset 3 integration, a 5-day hybrid event where revolutionary speakers and organizations focus on integrating the solutions to real-world problems.
The Greater Reset 3 will focus on activating 5 themes.
January 26th, liberate your mind, body, and soul.
January 27th, agorism and parallel networks.
January 28th, permaculture and food independence.
January 29th, take back our tech.
And January 30th, building free and conscious communities.
Now, more than ever, it is of vital importance that the free hearts and minds of the world rally together to build parallel structures so we may be liberated from the tyranny of the Great Reset.
Join us from January 26th to the 30th, 2022, as we gather online in Central Texas and Morelia, Mexico, as well as local activation hubs worldwide.
Join us as we lay the foundation for the next stage of a free humanity.
Join us for the Greater Reset 3 integration.
View the full speakers list, find your local activation hub, or start your own at thegreaterreset.org.